I'm from Primatology Study Program, Graduate School of IPB University, and I'm your host for today. On behalf of the organizers, I'd like to greet Professor Dr. Anas Miftah Fauzi, the Dean of Graduate School, IPB University, and then Dr. Huda Salahuddin Darusman, the head of Primatology Study Program and Primate Research Center, IPB University, the respectable speakers, honorable guests, and all the fellow participants, both of offline and online. Ladies and gentlemen, today's conference is held by Primatology Study Program, Graduate School of IPB University, supported by Taman Safari Indonesia, the Primate Research Center, Nirwana Dondin Sayuti Foundation, and media partners are Scorpion Indonesia Foundation, Jakarta Animal Aid Network, and International Animal Rescue Indonesia. The next agenda is singing the national anthem of Indonesia Raya. Kindly, all the respective guests, please stand up for singing Indonesia Raya. Thank you. All the participants and guests can have a seat, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now in the opening session. Without further ado, I'd like to invite on the Dean of Graduate School of IPB University, Professor Dr. Anas Miftah Fauzi, to open the conference. Please welcome to Prof. Anas.
Thank you very much. Good morning to everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sehat, salam sejahtera untuk kita sekalian. A warm welcome to all of you to this international conference on long-tail macaques. It is a great pleasure for me to welcome all of the delegates of the conference from abroad and also all over Indonesia. from university, non-governmental organization, wildlife protectionists, and students and of high school, laboratories, and also company. Your presence is very highly appreciated. A warm welcome to all the keynote speakers, invited speakers, and also selected oral presenters who are present here to highlight us about the importance of long-tailed macaque for all of us in the aspect of bioconservation and also biomedical. The Primatology study program is one of the study program of the graduate school of IPB University. As an education institution that implement the three pillars of higher education, it is education, research, and also community services. It is our responsibility of the Primatology study program to increase knowledge through various activities, including today's conference. The issue of long-tailed macaque that are developing globally among researchers has prompted the Primatology study program to hold an international scientific conference. Through this international scientific conference, participants from across the status of long-tailed macaques and their relevant issues, including in the field of biomedical sciences. My highest appreciation to all of the speakers, Professor Stefan Schapiro, Dr. Malene Hansen, Dr. Indra, Professor Randall Kyes, Professor Leca, Professor Jann, and Dr. Huda Darusman, who will discuss various topics on this cynomolgus monkeys. Also, congratulations to the 10 selected oral presenters. Thank you also to the participants from 22 countries, including India, USA, Canada, Denmark, Germany, United Kingdom, Malaysia, Indonesia, and many more countries that are joining this international conference. We have around 200 registered participants that will be joining online, and also 40 participants here with us in this venue at Bogor City. Also, thank you to the committee for their hard work in preparing and conducting this important conference. I wish you all a very pleasant conference and hope this conference gives you a platform to continue the discussion and encourage all of you to pursue this opportunity to explore and also to extend the collaboration through interdisciplinary boundaries. With reciting Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, as the Dean of Graduate School of IPB University, it is my pleasure that I declare this conference officially open. Good luck, and I wish you all a productive day. Thank you very much for attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for Professor Anas for the opening speech. Please stay a little bit because the committee will take a documentary. Yeah, all of the participants here can also join us to take a documentary for a while, please. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of today's conference is long-tailed macaques in the perspective of conflict, abuse, as well as their role in biomedical, biology, and conservation sector. The conference will be held today from 8 a.m. to 4:30 p.m., both of offline in Primata Hotel, Bogor, West Java, Indonesia, and online from Zoom application. Today's conference will be divided into several sessions, which featuring keynote speakers, invited speakers, also poster and oral presentation from selected participants. There will be a discussion for every session, and for offline participants who wants to ask a questions, kindly use microphone we provide. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is keynote speech by our speakers. All speech and presentations and discussions will be moderated by our moderator, Dr. Puji Rianti. Dr. Puji Rianti is a lecturer from Primatology Study Program, IPB University, and also graduated from Primatology Study Program, IPB University. Please, for Dr. Puji Rianti.
Hello, Ms. Fitri.
Hello, Dr. Puji. How are you today?
Great, thank you. It's been nice to be here. Okay, so can I take over ya? Take over the conference?
Of course, please.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Fitri, and good morning, good afternoon, good evening for all the participants in International Conference on Long-Tailed Macaques, getting to know their current status and roles in environment and One Health. I'm Puji Rianti. I will be your moderator for the first session. It's really nice to be here. We will have 3 keynote speech for this morning or this evening. Yeah, depends on where you are right now. And we will talk about our current issues, because maybe some of you already noticed, some just knowing, so for one species, one cosmopolitan species, long-tailed macaques, the Macaques fascicularis, we are increasing their status right now, to the endangered. So we will talk a lot about this particular species, and we have 3 most competent speakers this morning. So I would like to welcome to our first speakers, Professor Stephen Schapiro. So maybe I can read his curriculum vitae. Okay, so Professor Stephen Schapiro is a comparative psychologist with specialization in primate behavior and primate behavioral management. And he is the organizer of the Primate Behavioral Management Conference and have published extensively on topics related to primate behavior and cognition, environmental enrichment, social housing, and positive reinforcement training. He also active in several professional organizations such as ISP, IPS, APV, and AALAS. And he also already have lots of awards and honors during his professional work in this area. So without further ado, please welcome Professor Stephen Schapiro, which this morning we will talk about global use of Macaca fascicularis. Give big applause.
Yep. Thank you very much. I hate to say this, but can everybody hear me? I don't have the comments on or the chat on. I assume you can hear me. Otherwise, you'd be saying
Yes.
you're on mute. So
Yes, all
I'd
good.
like to. Okay, good. I'd really like to thank the organizers for letting me lead this off. It's a big honor, and you know, it's kind of a bad scenario when you say I'm going to give a really good talk. You have to wait until I'm done, and then you decide whether it's a really good talk or not. So, my title originally was Global Use of Macaca fascicularis, as Pooji said, but I think a more appropriate title for what I'm actually going to talk about would be issues related to the participation of Macaca fascicularis in research in the U.S. And as described, I work at the University of Texas MD Anderson Cancer Center, and I also have some connections at the University of Copenhagen. So I'm going to make some disclaimers to start. A lot of people helped me with this. It's not a topic that I'm super familiar with, so I really needed a lot of assistance and guidance in what I should say. So a lot of people have really helped me. I came to some opinions on my own, and I'm probably going to make some mistakes on my own. So I'm going to take full credit for the opinions and mistakes, and those who helped me get full credit for anything useful that I might end up saying today. So this is who we're looking at, of course, right? Cynomolgus monkeys, long-tailed macaques. This is just a drawing by Stephen Nash that has 8 of the species on there. There are probably a couple more, but this is the latest thing that he has. So I'll tell you a little bit about what I'm hoping to end up discussing today. I really want to build a case for how important these long-tailed macaques are for human health. So they've clearly contributed to many, many projects that have benefited humans and benefited animals as well. And if all goes well, they're going to continue to do that. So again, they're a very important biomedical model, and hopefully I'm going to show you some things about that. And it's important to realize that public health really depends on the involvement of non-human primates in research and public health research, and specifically long-tailed macaques. And we have to do this judiciously, and we have to do it humanely. So those are going to be some of the themes that run through what I'm going to talk about today. And it's really important, and I'm hopefully going to emphasize this, that we have to conserve the natural populations of long-tailed macaques. And I'm going to try and put forth some ways that we might be able to achieve both goals, allowing long-tailed macaques to contribute to research and conserve them in the wild. So that's really what it's about. So we're going to try and put together some strategies that allow these animals to continue to contribute to research, but we don't want to negatively affect wild populations. So that's going to be a tough balancing act, but I think it's one that we can eventually get to. We're perhaps not there today, but I think we're going to work together and we're going to get there. And I think the best way to do this, the thing that I'm going to emphasize most strongly, is that we're going to have to do some comprehensive assessments of wild populations of long-tailed macaques. We're going to have to try and do some sort of international surveys that cross country lines and look at wild cynomolgus macaques in all the countries in which they exist. And we can't do, you know, it's going to be a community effort. So it's obviously going to have to involve people that live in the same countries as the long-tailed macaques to be involved. And they're going to have to not only develop solutions to whatever might be out there, whatever situations might be out there, but they're going to have to be involved in assessing those situations as well. And I think it's important to note that we have long-tailed macaques living on Mauritius, where they're an invasive species. And I think they present a special situation, kind of a different situation than it does in their natural habitats. So I know there's at least one talk about the situation with Mauritius long-tailed macaques, and that talk's going to be pretty good. So I'm going to continue sort of the outline and the goals. I'm going to give you some numbers from the US that address the use of cynomolgus long-tailed macaques in the United States. I'm going to put forth some questions that I think we need to address. Of course, I'm going to end with some conclusions, and maybe the final thing we'll talk about are the next steps that we can take after this conference to try and get a handle on the long-tailed macaque situation. So I want to emphasize that there are some advantages, some very important advantages of long-tailed macaques in research. There are many, many captive bred animals that are used, that participate in research projects. And one of the reasons why they're so attractive for those projects is that they're well defined. And we would consider them better defined than wild-born or wild-caught animals, because we know some things about their pedigree, we know some things about their health, we can do some things to reduce inter-individual variability, making them better models where the control group and the experimental group are more similar. You know that the Mauritian long-tailed macaques are free of herpes B virus. Herpes B virus is a human health hazard, and the fact that these animals are free of herpes B makes them a little bit safer to work with. In general, long-tailed macaques have a better reputation than rhesus macaques, which can be a little bit irritable to some people. Another advantage is that cynomolgus macaques are not seasonal breeders. They have babies year round, so you don't have to wait for the birth season to roll around if you need subjects for very particular studies. And they're a little bit smaller than rhesus monkeys, so if you're doing something with an experimental compound, you have to use less of it. Now, I usually talk about the behavior of long-tailed macaques, and so, or non-human primates in general. So I always show videos of the animals behaving. So I have to show you this video here. We're training this animal to present its arm for an injection. And I'll just ask you if you think this is voluntary, because that's really the key. We want the animals to be cooperative. We want them to voluntarily participate in what we're doing. He didn't like that cotton swab, so he withdrew. So we're going to show him the cotton swab again. He's sticking his arm out. That's just what we want. And there we have it with that. So I'm going to show you just a couple more videos as we go through on, the behavioral management of long-tailed macaques, because that's really critical to maintaining their welfare when they're in captivity. So the demand for non-human primates, as you all know, for participation in captive research is at an all-time high. I've been involved with this, the participation in macaques in research for a very long time, over 40 years, and we've never seen a demand like we're seeing right now. Part of that, of course, comes from COVID vaccine work. That increased the demand, and I think it paid off in that we were able to develop a COVID vaccine that works and has been administered to billions of people, and it was developed in record time. So that's, that's pretty important. I think COVID is a big problem, and maybe, I don't think we've solved it, but we've come a long way towards making the world kind of a safer place. Long-tailed macaques are also used in infectious disease studies. They're used in gene therapy work, and they're used to test specific drug targets. And as we all know, the status of the animals, according to the IUCN, has been changed or upgraded, downgraded, depending on how you look at it, from threatened to endangered, and this can have some very serious consequences from a funding point of view, from an institutional animal care and use point of view. So a change in status like this is not trivial. So we really have to pay attention to it. So again, back to current availability, shortages come from two things, both increased demand and decreased supply. I already told you how much the demand has increased. And because of that increased demand, we're trying to increase the supply through captive breeding. and we need to expand captive breeding quite a bit, but we really have to do it while making only minimal impact on wild populations. And this is much more easily said than done, because attempts to expand production, as you know, are, they don't happen overnight. It takes 5 to 8 years to achieve a meaningful, not a minimum, a meaningful increase in production or supply. So we have to plan now for what we might need in the future. And that's kind of the point of this conference, I think. It's kind of the point of my talk. So just some things to consider. Those working with long-tail macaques in laboratory situations are really interested in these things that I have listed here. They want to conserve the wild populations. They don't want to use them up. They want to improve the health of humans. That's what the biomedical research is for. And they also want to improve the health of long-tailed macaques. And if they're going to keep them in captivity, and this is kind of where my stuff comes in, they're also very much interested in enhancing the welfare of the long-tailed macaques that are kept in captivity. And again, I'm going to say this is the second time that I'm saying it about comprehensive surveys of wild populations, and we need to do it right away. I'm probably going to say that same thing 6 or 8 more times. So if you don't remember anything else from my talk, remember that I'm entirely in favor of comprehensive assessments of wild populations. And this is a view that was shared by all the people that I consulted to try and make this talk come together. And I'll just tell you that laboratory sciences, we're not interested in adversely affecting wild populations of long-tailed macaques or any other species. So we are cognizant of the effects that participation in research could have on wild populations. And we're all familiar with the 3 R's, that's reduction, refinement, and replacement. We always strive to refine our techniques, reduce the animals we need to use to participate in our work. And maybe at some point we'll be able to replace them. But even though we pay attention to the 3 R's, a minimum number of live animals need to be used, need to participate to reduce, the goal is to reduce human suffering. And they're used, as we know, in infectious disease work, vaccine development, and drug development. So captive breeding colonies have been around for a while, and new ones are still being established. And there are really 2 goals. They want to relieve some of the pressure that exists on wild populations, and they want to make a better defined model like I was talking about. And I think some of the work that we've done, some of the things that we've shown kind of make it clear that behavioral management can be used to enhance welfare in captive situations. So here we have an adult male in a cage within a cage, and there are females and youngsters in there. We're training him to sit in a box using positive reinforcement training techniques. He can sit in the box, and then it makes it easier for us to work with the other animals in the group. So the idea is for him to get comfortable with us opening and closing the door to his cage within the cage. And it's also important for him to get used to having all these little guys and youngsters and females around him as he works. So again, I just have kind of 2 more videos that I'll eventually show you. But the point is we can use behavioral management to enhance the welfare and the treatment that the animals get. So one of the things that you can do is, house long-tail macaques in what end up being called kind of primate centers, not the national primate research centers that are existing in the United States, but breeding facilities and housing facilities and research facilities. And there are a number of advantages to that. If you have everybody who knows about long-tailed macaques in one place, you can centralize the competencies of these people. You can have good facilities, good infrastructure, good people. They have the knowledge, the expertise, and the experience to do all the different things that are required to keep healthy animals, happy animals in captivity, animals that are good models for research. And again, this can be done in range countries, it can be done in non-range countries, it can be done in both. And so here's a situation, multi-male, multi-female group, and we're training the two males to hang around with each other without getting into a fight. And we're training one to allow the other to eat, and then the other to allow the other one to eat. And again, these are using positive reinforcement techniques. You can hear the clicking, and it's just part of the, it's kind of what we do to make life good for the animals in captivity. So I'm sure you're pretty much aware that as of next month in Europe, only purpose-bred F2 animals are going to be able to be participants in research. And if you don't know, an F0 is a wild-born animal, and F1 is the offspring of two wild-born animals. And then an F2 is an offspring of two F1s. So they basically have to be captive bred for a second generation in order to participate in research in Europe starting in November. And as I said before, it takes 5 to 8 years until you can up production and end up with these F2s. So again, it's not an instantaneous process. So I think this is a fairly important point. We are not doing the best we'll ever do in balancing conservation needs and management needs. So what I say here is we're better than we used to be, but not as good as we're going to be. And this conference is very much a step forward as we try and get better and better in balancing conservation needs and management needs, okay? So to me, this is kind of a critical thing. So if you remember that we're going to do comprehensive surveys. Also remember that we're working to get better at all times. It's an evolutionary process. And when you get right down to it, it really boils down to saying that today is not the end. Today is a midpoint in our evolution towards an optimal care conservation environment. So I hope you remember that. And as you know, one of the titles of the conference is One Health. So we really feel that a One Health approach is critical. We want to look at the ecosystems. We want to look at the animals in the ecosystems. We want to look at the people who live around or with the animals in the ecosystem. And then we want to look at the health of all humans that are living around the globe that are helped by the work we do with long-tailed macaques. So let's take, that One Health perspective. Now, I hope you've been waiting for some numbers. I'm going to show you some numbers in a minute. I just want to tell you a couple other quick things. No researchers, or very few, almost no researchers are interested in working with wild-born animals because wild-born animals are not well-defined. When you do research, you want a well-defined model to test your hypotheses. Wild-born animals have unknown health status, unknown pedigrees, and perhaps one of the most problematic parts is there's a tremendous amount of inter-individual variation. So you really want, in many instances, control groups and experimental groups that have minimal inter-individual variation, if that's possible. And the Mauritians, the long-tailed macaques, is one way you can do that. So remember, I told you already, and I'll probably tell you this again, captive breeding colonies were really set up so that we can enhance the definition of the model and relieve pressure on wild populations, okay? And again, I'm just mentioning the long-tailed macaques on Mauritius. They're non-native, they're invasive, they mess with the ecosystem and biodiversity. They're kind of a pest. We have definitely one talk by Nada on the Mauritian long-tailed macaques. But it's interesting, they have a number of special characteristics that are really important for specific types of research. Like I told you, they are herpes B free. So that's a very important thing, and they are reasonably closely related to one another. Their mitochondrial DNA is pretty similar. So again, in terms of defining the model that you're using in research, they're extremely important in that respect. So I'm really just going to give you two sets of numbers. I'm going to go through them a little bit more slowly than I've done some of the other things. These numbers are very recent. They come from the CDC, which is the Center for Disease Control and Prevention of the United States, and they come from USDA, which is the United States Department of Agriculture. So I have, again, these two sets of numbers that should be pretty interesting to most of you, I think. So we'll start by saying that 31,522 long-tailed macaques were imported into the US between October of 21 and September of 22. So 31,522, which accounts for over 96% of all the non-human primates that are imported into the US. So long-tailed macaques are super important for the United States, okay? This represents about a 3% increase from fiscal year 2021, when there was about, 30,000 or so. So it went up 2.8% from one year to the next, okay? And here's perhaps some interesting information. 19,618 came from Cambodia. 8,210 came from Mauritius. 2,732 came from Vietnam. And Philippines and Indonesia, between them, accounted for 955 coming into the US. Now, perhaps you're looking at the Indonesian flag, and I apologize, when you put your flag, which has a white bottom, on a white screen background, you can't see it. So the Indonesian flag is clearly the white bar on the bottom with the red bar on the top. My apologies, because it looks kind of funny. I didn't want to put an outline on it because I didn't think that would look right either. And so of these 31,522 long-tail macaques that came into the US, 696 of them were just visiting on their way to Canada. Okay, but all the rest stayed in the United States. So those are the imports into the United States in the last year, and it's up to like a month ago. So these are very recent data. And now let's look at the USDA. The United States Department of Agriculture performs inspections of all animal facilities basically in the United States. And this is from 2021, so it's a year in the past. They don't have the numbers for 2022 yet. And so there were 37,072 long-tailed macaques in facilities that were inspected by the USDA. So I don't think the USDA inspected every facility in 2021. It was still sort of COVID time here, and they didn't really do as many inspections as they used to do. So my guess is that there are actually more than 37,072 long-tailed macaques in facilities in the United States. But from the facilities that were inspected, 37,072, and you can see that there were more rhesus monkeys than there were cynomolgus monkeys. So cynomolgus, long-tail macaques, sorry, they accounted for 43% of all non-human primates that were inspected. So that's a pretty healthy chunk. And now let's see if we can figure out where these long-tail macaques were living. And the USDA classifies 3 different types of facilities. One is called industry, one is called the National Primate Research Center, and there are 7 of those in the United States. And then there are academic institutions, which are universities and things like that. So you can see the vast majority, 34,000 out of the 37,000 are housed at facilities that are referred to as industry. These can be contract research organizations, and these can be breeding, holding, quarantine type facilities. So many long-tailed macaques in the United States that were inspected by the USDA. Almost all of them were in industry type facilities, okay? So that's really what I have for numbers. Like I told you, I was going to tell you what I think is important as far as comprehensive population surveys go. I think we need to do that as soon as we possibly can. And of course, when you start talking like this, it's all big talk until you can get someone to pay for it, because obviously it's going to cost a bunch of money. And so who are we going to get to pay for this? Who am I going to try, because I'm interested in this now, who am I going to try and get money from to make this happen? Is it going to be industry? Is it going to be academia? Is it going to be non-governmental organizations? I have some plans, and I have the names of some people I really need to talk to make this happen, but it's a pretty big scenario, and you know, I really hope I can get it done. I can't guarantee I'm going to get it done, but I'm going to try. And so if we get money to do these comprehensive population surveys, who's going to do them? And who's going to liaise and interact with the local governments and the local people to try and make this a pleasant task rather than an unpleasant task for those doing it? Is it going to be through academia? Is it going to be through non-governmental organizations? I don't think industry is going to play much of a role in conducting these surveys. And, you know, as you already know, I'm not telling you anything new, international harmonization is absolutely critical. If we're going to do a survey, we have to do it the same way in Thailand, the same way in Malaysia, the same way in Vietnam, et cetera, et cetera. And this has already been done for some bat species. They've had some international harmonization of population survey techniques, so we're going to have to do that. So doing surveys is critical. I think we really need to do that, but at the same time, we have to figure out what is impacting the populations of long-tailed macaques and their distribution. Clearly, habitats are being destroyed. Clearly, there's an illegal trade out there. So what we all have to work together to do is figure out ways to minimize, mitigate, whatever you want to call it, the adverse effects of habitat destruction and illegal trade. I'm going to kind of skip over this because I'm running out of time. Clearly, it's a business. Long-tailed macaques are a business, and we have to figure out ways to make that a business that, if possible, satisfies everyone. And a clear and most important component of that is preventing illegal trade where there is legal trade. I'm going to skip this because, again, I'm running out of time. Economics are important, but they shouldn't supersede cognition, so conservation. Clearly, we're well aware that there's long-tailed macaques can be in conflict with humans. There are going to be a couple of talks on that, I think. Natural habitats are being destroyed, making more human-animal conflict come into place. And obviously, long-tailed macaques have to move out of the forest. If the forest is being destroyed, then they end up in the cities. And, you know, the popular news really likes to show these cities overrun with long-tailed macaque populations. So I'm just going to conclude with a couple of things, and then maybe in the last minute or two, put forth some what next kind of things. Long-tailed macaques are crucial models. You've heard me say that a number of times. We have to figure out strategies that will work for both conservation and research. We have to understand that we can always do better. And we have to think about the fact that the present right now is not the end of what we're doing. We're going to do better. And, you know, I told you captive bred long-tailed macaques are better for research for a number of different reasons. Here we go again on the comprehensive surveys. We have to figure out how to get the money to do it. Like I said, we have to work together to figure out how to prevent minimize the factors that are adversely affecting wild populations, and range and habitat country people have to be involved to make this go. And we need to expand production at captive breeding facilities, and we have to think about this One Health perspective. So we're researchers. We want data, but we're not interested in destroying wild populations. I've already told you enough about comprehensive surveys, and we need to do them pretty soon. So what's next? A sort of little action plan. We need to expand and continue discussions of this, the topics that are included in this this meeting. And so I have two ways that are going to work on this. Paul Garber, who I know is on this Zoom, is editing a special issue of the American Journal of Primatology. It's titled Scientific Activism and Primate Conservation. I know your next speaker, Malene, has a group that's going to put together a commentary for that issue. I have a little group that we're going to put together a little commentary for that issue. And then Malene and I are going to try and work together and put together a synthesis of the two commentaries. So hopefully we'll put together 3 commentaries overall that'll definitely address this issue. And I'm the program chair of the International Primatological Society and Malaysian Primatological joint meeting that's taking place in Malaysia about 8 months, I don't know, 10 months from now or something like that. And I am very much interested in having people propose symposia and roundtables that address the issues that are, we're treating here today. So my email address was on the first slide. This presentation is recorded. You'll be able to have a look at it. The abstract deadline's coming up in about 2 to 3 months. So really think about putting together a symposium or a roundtable that'll do it. And again, we have to figure out a way to effectively manage. We have to expand captive breeding programs. We have to find money, and we have to stop the illegal wildlife trade. So a lot of people really helped me with this. And if you found anything useful at all in this talk, it was all because of the people who helped me put it together. And of course, the long-tailed macaques that are so important to us in every way, shape, and form. I want to thank them as well. And I'll just end with that. I went a tiny bit over, but otherwise, I pretty much hit my time. So I did this without seeing any single faces other than the monkey faces that were on the screen. I hope you enjoyed what I had to say or found it useful. Thank you. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen, okay?
Thank you very much, Professor Schapiro, for your comprehensive talk. Okay. I hope it's not my internet connection that is a bit problem here. But anyway, we already hear a lot, yeah, about the useful of the Macaques fascicularis, and also, increasing the issue that we have right now. So Prof. Schapiro already opened a discussion, yeah, with how the Macaques fascicularis have many roles, especially in One Health, and particularly also in a biomedical purpose for human health. And although now we have the increase, the demand for Macaques fascicularis in biomedical purpose, but there's also the increase on the productivity for breeding, housing, and research facilities. Yeah. And the main point is for us to leave the wild animals alone. Yeah. So we didn't use the wild animals, but most of it we use for or from the breeding facilities. Yeah, with all the training, the positive enforcement, the voluntary action, yeah, for this biomedical purpose. So please, if you have any questions, you can start maybe to write up in our Zoom chat. Yeah, but meanwhile, I think we will go to our next speakers, yeah, for our next keynote speakers for this morning or in this evening. We will have Dr. Malene Friis Hansen from University of Copenhagen. So Dr. Hansen working with primate conservation and coexistence and research human primate interface using ethnographic and ecological approach. She have a background in biology and primate conservation, and also have a background in captive care university. Her PhD research was conducted on long-tail macaques ecology and conservation in Baluran National Park in Indonesia, and she is a co-founder of the long-tail macaque project in 2021 with Professor Augustine Fantas. And she also an active member of IUCN SSC Primate Specialist Group member, Section for Human Primates Interaction, and Section for South Asia and Southeast Asia. So in this event, in this conference, you will talk about current issues of Macaca fascicularis regarding the IUCN status. So please welcome Dr. Hansen.
Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera. Semoga semua dalam keadaan sehat selalu. Yang terhormat Dr. Hewan Indra Eksploitasia selaku Direktur Konservasi Keanekaragaman Hayati Spesies dan Genetik. Yang terhormat Dr. Hewan Huda Salahuddin Darusman selaku Ketua Program Studi Primatology IPB Universitas. Dalam acara International Conference on Long-Tail Macaques dan seluruh peserta konferensi yang berbahagia. Perkenalkan, saya Malene dari Princeton University dan the Long-Tail Macaque Project yang akan mempresentasikan tentang the IUCN Red List uplisting of the Long-Tail Macaque. Terima kasih. Thank you for inviting me today, and thank you for arranging this very important and very interesting conference on long-tail macaques. I am Malene and I am a postdoc at Princeton University and the co-founder and director of the LCM project, the Long-Tail Macaque Project. I'm also affiliate at Oxford Brookes University and the University of Copenhagen, and I'm a member of the IUCN Primate Specialist Group, the section for human primate interactions, and the section for South Asia and Southeast Asia. I conducted my PhD in Baluran National Park in East Java, so Indonesia is really in my heart, and that is where I learned a lot about the human-macaque interface and about ecology, behavior, and conservation of long-tail macaques. And I'm truly grateful to Baluran National Park, the management staff, and all the people and animals of Bonaventure, and of course, the Copenhagen Zoo Baluran program. In 2008, Ardith Udy termed the long-tail macaque as widespread and rapidly declining. She understood that even though the species was apparent and in different countries across Southeast Asia, it was still rapidly declining due to the many threats. Now, sadly, since then, not much has happened in terms of conservation of the macaque or in terms of stopping these threats, mitigating the threats. And we really fear now that the species will follow the fate of the passenger pigeon. The passenger pigeon was widespread and it declined rapidly, and now it's gone. So it was actually, it occurred in billions, but almost overnight it was gone, and no one even had the opportunity to set in place conservation measures to save this species before it disappeared. The species faced the same threats as the long-tail macaque: hunting and habitat loss. The current IUCN Red List uplisting, the one that happened in July, is based on us wanting to save the species, save the long-tail macaque before it is too late. What we need to understand is that all of our actions have consequences, and not even a very flexible, adaptable generalist like the long-tail macaque can sustain the constant pressure that we are putting on it. All wildlife species, nature, everything around us is facing quite a lot of threats. But for the long-tail macaque, it seems that all of the threats combined and all of the different threats are having quite a toll on the species because it's simply facing so many at such a large rate. And this is why it was recently uplisted to endangered, because of these many threats. Now I'll get back to this assessment. The long-tailed macaque, as I said, is distributed across Southeast Asia. It can inhabit many different habitats, and it is very prone to mangroves. And we're now discovering that mangroves is extremely important, or are extremely important for this species survival. But it can also live in many other habitats, also secondary habitats, and definitely also in agricultural and urban areas. And it is able to utilize human resources. It's very adaptable, flexible, and it's a synanthrope, which means that it can live together with people and it can utilize human resources. The long-tailed macaque has great ecological significance. Now I've put in the Sustainable Development Goal number 15, Life on Land, which talks a lot about how we can preserve the natural world and about how we need functioning ecosystems and also coexistence with everything around us. And I've put in here also that the long-tailed macaque belongs here. The long-tailed macaque is a seed disperser. It is a prey for leopards, tigers, does, all kinds of birds of prey, and snakes. And in Bellona National Park, we, for example, saw that it was a great part of the leopard diet. So it is an important part of the ecosystems in which it occurs. And its seed disperser abilities helps it regenerate many different habitats, also, for example, savanna. And it also helps maintain the forest fringes between urban areas and the forests. It is also a predator, and it is a buffer for parasites, effectively keeping parasites from us, such as malaria. And it also is quite resilient to climate change, which we've seen in the Nicobar Islands, where a tsunami almost decimated a population of long-tailed macaques, but the population was able to bounce back. So its incredible abilities to survive in the Anthropocene can actually teach us a lot about conservation right now. And it is effectively also helping us conserve the habitats around us. The species also has great cultural significance. It is a tool user, and in many different areas, we see different kinds of tool use in the different populations, which are also very important for us to maintain, as these have also been developed to support the natural ecosystems. And then this also means that we have very culturally important populations in different areas, which we also need to know a lot more about. The long-tailed macaque has also had relationships with humans through religion's importance and also through history, and it's coexisted with humans for millennia. So this also so by conserving the long-tailed macaque, we are also effectively reaching some of our sustainable development goals. Again, I will go back to coexistence, as that is a term used in the sustainable development goals, and is something that we need to consider and look at how we can coexist with the long-tailed macaque, because I do know that it is difficult in some areas. So we need to respect both the human and the macaque part of this. And also we need to understand that coexistence is not only peaceful coexistence, it also contains the conflicts that so many talk about. And it seems that lately these conflicts have increased, mainly due to urbanization increasing, and also the fact that many people that now come into contact with long-tailed macaques do not have a history of coexisting with long-tailed macaques. So they do not understand the behavior as many people in villages do. So we definitely need to collaborate more about that and have possibilities for people to understand more about long-tailed macaque behaviors. But we also need to understand that the way we phrase this, that we constantly talk about conflicts, also seem to create more conflict. So we need to talk about maybe negative interactions or just interfaces, and then look into how these can be positive for both humans and macaques instead of negative. Because at the current time, these are quite a serious threat to long-tailed macaques. So if we look into these human-macaque interfaces, when people say that there are conflicts in their area and they contact governments and local management authorities, then there is a tendency to just go straight in and capture or kill or translocate these long-tailed macaques as a conflict mitigation technique. But these are often based on assumptions and not evidence. So first and foremost, was there actually a conflict? We need to look into this. But also, how many macaques are actually in this area? And what are the roles that they are playing in these ecosystems, both culturally and ecologically? So we need to investigate this and understand this before we start actively removing individuals. And this is one of the things that is very important when we talk about long-tailed macaques. We need to focus more on evidence than on assumptions, and we need to collect more evidence. A huge threat to these individuals or the species is also that they're perceived as pests or a weed species. And the narrative concerning the species is quite detrimental to the species, and we also need to talk about this and start to acknowledge and understand and appreciate all of the ecological roles I mentioned before and the cultural importance. Sadly, the threats to long-tailed macaques are numerous. So it's the most traded non-human primate. We know this, and it's most traded because of the demand for pets, for research subjects, and for entertainment. There's a lot of hunting, trapping, and killing going on of the species. There's a lot of habitat destruction, which also, of course, affects the species. And there's a general lack of protection in the different countries. So, and even if it is protected in a country, there's a lack of enforcement. And that is again due to this bad reputation and also this assumption of hyperabundance. So this assumption that, oh, there are so many, but actually we don't know. In many areas, we don't know exactly how many there are, but we do know through this research that we've conducted that it is not possible to extrapolate the numbers that we see on roads and in urban areas or in villages to the wild habitats behind these places. So the densities in the wild habitats are much lower than what we see on roads. And this again speaks to the fact that we need to conduct more research to have evidence and then base our management initiatives on evidence and not assumptions. There's also online abuse going on of this primate, which is just horrendous. And in general, there's a lack of focus, interest, funding, and research into this subject. I know there's a lot of laboratory research going on, but there's actually not a lot of research going on in the wild. And we need to change that, and we need to funnel more funding its way. Talking about the threats to long-tailed macaque, last week there was a report published on Indonesia's unprotected primates. So the long-tailed macaque and the pigtail macaque, talking about how all of these threats are impacting these species. And I recommend everyone to read this report and also then consider, could it be possible to have these two species on the protected species list to protect them better from all of these threats, many of them illegal? Now, the uplisting to endangered happened because of all of these threats that I've mentioned. And it's uplisted to endangered A3CD. So A3CD means that we expect that over the coming 3 generations, which is 36 to 39 years, we will see a reduction of 50% in the population size of the long-tailed macaques due to the amount of threats that we are currently seeing. So due to exploitation levels and habitat loss. Now, if these threats are mitigated, then hopefully this will not happen. And then hopefully they can be downlisted again. But we need management initiatives and conservation initiatives based on evidence to mitigate the threats to the species currently. This is a preemptive measure. We are trying to collaborate with everyone to conserve the species now, mitigate, stop the threats now, instead of ending up where we ended up with the passenger pigeon. Furthermore, we've also seen that there has been a 40% reduction in population size over the last 3 generations. If you have any questions regarding this uplisting, do always contact me. My email is here, and I'm sure otherwise you can find it online and ask everyone attending this conference. Now, when we did the uplisting, we actually first started with all of the subspecies. So we went through all of the 9 different subspecies and did the assessments for them and sent that to the IUCN. The IUCN then recommended that we also look at the species because of the uplisting we saw with the subspecies. So now if we look at it, the previous category for a lot of these subspecies were data deficient. And then it ended up being endangered and critically endangered because there are just not many left. Now in Indonesia, you have 5 different subspecies of long-tailed macaques. You have the fascicularis fascicularis, and then you have Fusca, Karimunjawe, Lassie, and Tua, which are island endemics and also in need of conservation initiatives. Now, if you want to understand more about how these assessments are created and also the criteria, I've put in the link here on the IUCN Red List. What you also have to understand about this IUCN Red List uplisting is that it was a collaboration. So it's 18 co-authors on the species uplisting from many different countries, including a lot of habitat countries. And it took us 1 year to do the assessment for the species and all of the subspecies, but it's based on many years of data. So for many years, we've actually worked on this species, looking into how the species are declining in different areas, and also the amount of threats are increasing. And now was the time to really do something about it and to talk to the IUCN regarding this. The collaboration, we work under the LTM project, which I talked about in the beginning, and you can also visit our website to know more about our team and know more about the work that we do. But in general, what we focus on is to have evidence, research, data, and then share that with everyone who works with long-tailed macaques, also governments. Now, the surveys are still ongoing because we still lack information. We need to know even more, and sadly, what we're getting in is not very optimistic. So the justification, again, for this uplisting was that the management initiatives are based on assumptions and not evidence, that there's an increase in demand for long-tailed macaque research subjects in laboratories, especially during the pandemic, and we've seen an increase of long-tailed macaques going out of habitat countries. There's also habitat destruction, and there's a general lack of protection for the species. And then the 40% decline during the last 3 generations. All of this means that in the coming 3 generations, we might see, or we expect that there will be a reduction of 50% if we do not mitigate the current threats. So I'm just going to talk about a few specific countries. For example, Bangladesh, we've had a team there for all 2021 led by Tanbir. They've gone through so much habitat. They've walked and done boat surveys and spent a lot of time going through all of the former range of the long-tailed macaque in Bangladesh. There are no long-tailed macaques left. The species is gone from the country. We still hope to find a few, but it doesn't look like it. The main reason, mangrove destruction and subsistence hunting. Now for Lao, we have Dr. Faiwan working for the past 2 years, and they're doing boat surveys, foot surveys, interviews, local ecological knowledge, and camera traps. And so far, they've only found one population of long-tailed macaques, numbering approximately 97 individuals, one population in all of southern Laos. Now, the species only occur in southern Laos. The government says that there are 300 to 500 left, but it seems that most of these are Rhesus long-tailed macaque hybrids. And the main reason for this great reduction in population size in Laos is capture for the trait for laboratory research. In Cambodia, it is the same. The trend is a decline, and we do see that there's a lot of capture for a laboratory trait going on. And in Cambodia, the technique is to capture entire groups from their sleeping trees by removing all of the trees around the sleeping trees, thereby not only affecting the long-tailed macaques, but also affecting all of the wildlife species and plant species in the area. So it's quite detrimental. And again, we need to consider, like, why is this happening? Why do we see such an increase of wild capture for the laboratory trait? Well, this is because the demand is so high right now. We hear it all the time. There's an increased demand for primate research subjects in laboratories, and then the habitat countries react. So we need to consider our wording. We need to consider what we put out there, and we need to consider how we can decrease this demand, or what we can do to help the long-tailed macaque. So we see reduction in abundance in different areas, for example, Kersima. And we're doing a very large survey of Cambodia right now, led by Seha, in collaboration with Conservation International and many different other organizations, such as WWF and FFI and different organizations that are helping with data to really assess the long-tailed macaque. In Vietnam, we also have a survey led by Mr. Bang, and he's also running around Vietnam doing many different, using many different techniques, and has a lot of students working for him as well to, again, figure out what is the status. And we know now that it's gone, that long-tailed macaque is gone from several native areas, but on the other hand, it has been introduced by the government to non-native areas in Vietnam, which can also be detrimental. So we need to figure out the current situation. But again, management initiatives need to be based on evidence. Main reason, capture for laboratory research and plants. Indonesia, we lack information, but luckily the government has started surveying the population of long-tailed macaques in the country, which we are very excited to understand more about and to see the results of. But we do know from our own research, and also from Pak Iskandar and Professor Kyes wrote surveys, that in general, there is a discrepancy between the road density and the forest density, or the wild habitat density. So the road density and urban densities are definitely higher than what we see in the wild habitats, and in many wild habitats they are now extirpated, so gone from these habitats. And in Indonesia, the threats are rampant, and protection is needed to combat the illegal trade. And also, again, as in many countries, there needs to be proper management initiatives set in place. In Indonesia, we collaborate with Kurnia Ilham from Andalas University, who's doing a great job with conservation of long-tailed macaques, and also with developing and testing mitigation techniques for crop feeding long-tailed macaques. So I encourage everyone to talk to Kurnia Ilham and listen to what he has to say. And in general, I will also say there's so much knowledge and talent in Indonesia regarding the long-tailed macaque. There's so many brilliant researchers and practitioners. Just look at this amazing lineup today. So a lot of great people that you can reach out to understand more about the current situation for the long-tailed macaque. And you can also check out our website for collaborators. So conservation recommendations are to conduct regular scientific surveys to determine population size, distribution, genetics, behavior, and then base the management and conservation initiatives on the evidence gathered. We need to understand the species. And we will hear today a lot of people saying that the species is very important in laboratory research for saving human lives. But if it is so important in laboratories, it is also extremely important in the wild, both for humans and for wildlife, other wildlife species, but also for nature. It belongs here on Earth, it belongs in the ecosystems, and we need to conserve it in these ecosystems. And it also belongs in anthropogenic ecosystems. It belongs with humans. It has coexisted with humans for millennia. So we need to figure out, how can we make it all work? Other conservation recommendations is to just help the long-tailed macaque by maintaining habitats, understanding the behavior of the long-tailed macaque, and changing the narrative. Synanthropic species are incredibly interesting. They have evolved to coexist with humans, and they can utilize human resources. They can actually show us a lot about how to survive the Anthropocene. We can learn a lot from them, and we need to consider this. And also, I would hope that more funding, interest, and focus would be funneled into conducting research on the long-tailed macaque in the wild. And then I also think we need to collaborate. We all need to collaborate. People in the laboratory industry, people in conservation, people in the wild, practitioners, people working with welfare, all of us need to collaborate on conserving the species and finding sustainable conservation initiatives. And then I'll also recommend to enjoy the species in the wild from afar. Now, in terms of One Health, this is not my area of expertise, but I just wanted to say that if we do not capture the species in the wild, then there are no risks of us catching diseases or catching pathogens from long-tailed macaques. And there's also no risk of us transmitting pathogens to long-tailed macaques and to other primates and to wildlife in general. So if we leave the macaque in the wild and we keep our distance, then pathogen transmission both ways is reduced. And remember that the long-tailed macaque is a buffer for us. When in the wild, it is a buffer for us in terms of pathogens. So it is helping us. Thank you. Terima kasih, IPB. Thank you so much for inviting me. And thank you so much for listening. And just contact me anytime. I'm always available to talk and to work for long-tailed macaque conservation. And also, we're in this together. We should all collaborate and all help each other to find sustainable solutions and to find ways in which we can all do our work and not cause the species to disappear. Thank you so much. And yes, best of luck with all the talks today. I'm very excited.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Hansen. Unfortunately, for this morning session, she's not able to be with us. Yeah, so that's actually the recording talk, but he will join us a bit in the afternoon. So if you have a lot of questions, because I already seen in the chat box, there's a lot of questions, really good questions, and we can maybe discuss about it as well later on, yeah, in the afternoon session with Dr. Hansen. But if we can maybe a little bit conclude, yeah, from her talk, this is actually a nice another perspective, right, from the conservation perspective. Yeah, there are a lot of threats to the species, and it is important to assess the species. And unfortunately, yeah, from this assessment, it's increasing the conservation status of the species. And it is also important to have a comprehensive study, collaboration with all the stakeholders, yeah, around the world to get the perfect management system, yeah, for the macaque fascicularis conservation in the wild. And this is the key point, yeah, I guess, to assess the status, yeah, of the species. Okay, so we will go on, yeah, to our last speakers in this session. We would like to welcome Dr. Indra Eksploitasia. So she is the Director of Biodiversity Conservation at Directorate General of Natural Resources and Ecosystem Conservation. She also ever be a Director of Forest Prevention and Security at the Directorate General of Environmental and Forestry Law Enforcement, Head of the Center for Forestry and Environmental Engineering, and also Head of the Sub-Directorate of Genetic Resources and the Directorate of Biodiversity Conservation, Directorate General of Natural Resources and Ecosystem Conservation. So I guess Dr. Eksploitasia will be like giving us another perspective, right? So we can comprehend all the perspective on this session. Please welcome Dr. Eksploitasia.
Thank you, Ibu Moderator. Good morning, everybody. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Is my voice clear?
Yes.
Can I close my video because my internet is not stable here? So
yes, of course.
Before I start my presentation, I would like to introduce my Deputy Director, Pak Agung. He is already here in Zoom, so he will be also as a give a presentation. And before starting the presentation, let me start with the title of the presentation. Is there anybody to share the screen of my presentation? Pak Agung? Or from the organizing committee? Okay, Pak Agung. So we are here to present the presentation on the title of the conservation policy on Macaca fascicularis. The previous speakers are from the scientists, but here we are from the government of the Indonesia, so different with the previous speakers that present all the science elaboration of the Macaca fascicularis. But here in the presentation from our government, we are trying to see the fact of the Macaca fascicularis and what we have already undertaken in the field and what we have already do the science with the Indonesian Science Institute, LPPM, or right now we call it BRIC. So let me start with the first slide of the presentation. In Indonesia, from the Act number 5, 1990, the conservation of biological resource and their ecosystem, we have three pillars of conservation: the protection, the preservation, and the sustainable utilization. These are pillars that we have elaborated through the program and activities with the 25 species priority in Indonesia. But unfortunately, Macaca fascicularis is not one of the 25 species priority because right now the Macaca fascicularis is not listed on the protected animals in Indonesia. The next slide. Yeah, in the conservation strategy, we have two programs that are in situ conservation. Yeah, in the in situ conservation, we have established conservation areas because in conservation on the biological diversity, we categorize the three levels of the biodiversity. The first is the ecosystem level and the species level and the genetic level. And in the ecosystem level, we have already established conservation areas. We have more than 560 conservation units, including 55 national parks and more than 100 nature reserve and wildlife sanctuary. So in the program of in situ conservation, also their program on monitoring and patrols and management population of the species, and also how to we develop the corridor of the habitat. And in situ conservation also we have a program of the reintroduction. The introduction means that when we are facing with the conflict of human wildlife, so we do the 3R, rehabilitation, and then habituation, release, and then we have to reintroduction from the captive breeding also. So that's the main priority program in situ conservation. And from the ex situ conservation, we have program on the captive breeding operation and island breeding colony. This is especially from the for the Macaca fascicularis for the ex situ conservation program. So we have island breeding colony in Tinjil and Daly Island. This is a special captive breeding that operates by the private for the how to using the sustainable of the Macaca fascicularis. Next slide. Yeah, the conservation status of the Macaca fascicularis that I have already mentioned. In Indonesia, the Macaca fascicularis is not yet protected. And based on the criteria of our regulation, government regulation number 799, the criteria of what we call protected is if the population is not wide, and then there's no fast growth, and there's no rapid reproduction, and there's only endemic in the one only in the endemic in the area of the Indonesia. So if we want to make this not protected, the Macaca fascicularis, because the Macaca fascicularis, we found the population is still abundant, and there are also wide distribution, and also fast growth, rapid reproduction, and high spreading ability, and also wide tolerance to environmental condition. This why the justification for us that Macaca fascicularis is not protected. In Appendix 2, and CITES also in the Convention International Trade on Endangered Species, also Macaca fascicularis is in the list of Appendix 2 that could be used and could be traded, but with the regulated, permitted, also could be used and permitted, but regulated using the quota mechanism. And as the previous speaker said, that the Macaca fascicularis in IUCN from the vulnerable right now, from the March 2022, the Macaca fascicularis become endangered. So this is the status of the Macaca fascicularis from the global invasive species database. That Macaca fascicularis is a native to Southeast Asia, but they are considered to be invasive or potential invasive. Throughout their introduced range and management may be needed to prevent from becoming invasive areas such as Papua and Sulawesi. They are also opportunistic mammals and reach higher densities in degraded forest area and habitat disturbed by human. And that's why we in global invasive species database, macaca is categorized as one of the 100 of the worst invasive alien species. Next slide. Okay, the natural distribution based on the IUCN data, the distribution spread of the whole of the Indonesian area from the Sumatra Island, Borneo, Java, Sulawesi, and Papua. And if we see in a green color of the distribution of the macaca, we see the green color and show that Sumatra, Jawa, Bali, Kalimantan, Kepulauan Lingga and Riau, Bangka Belitung in Sumatra, Kepulauan Tambelan, Kepulauan Natuan, Simalar, Nias, Taribit, Bawean, Maratua is a widespread of the macaca. And in brown color, you can see in the brown color the introduction distribution, what I have already mentioned in Tinjil Island, Deli Island, Bonarate, Selayar, Buton, and Papua. And the purple color is the conservation areas, and we have overlaid for the distribution macaca in the conservation areas that I have already mentioned. We have more than 560 conservation unit of the areas of conservation. We have a system on the information and data information on the conservation. We call it the system SIDAC. SIDAC is the system information of the data on the conservation. One of the monitoring of the species is the monitoring of macaca. And we have data that from all the conservation unit agencies in Indonesia, from the park manager of national park, nature reserve, wildlife reserve. We found from the 2018 and 2022, there were 2,910 of points of encounter. And we put this into the map situation. You can see the dot of the green color of the dot is the shows that the distribution of the Macaca fascicularis, and the purple is the conservation unit of the conservation unit in the area. And in the global biodiversity information facility that we already access, shows that the monitoring of macaca in the dot, the yellow dot of the in the map, you can see the dot of the yellow dot in the all the area of Sumatra, Java, and there from the data of 2017 and until 2022, there were 517 points of encounter, and we can see in the area of green, green color, we see in the Sulawesi, there's an introduction area of the macaca, and we overlay with the conservation areas. And we can see that the spread of the distribution of the macaca is all of from the island in Indonesia. Next. Also, we have already do overlay the monitoring macaca with the data of the human-wildlife interaction. This is the data from our system. You can see in the dot of the color of the dot red, it is the location of the conflict between human and macaca fascicularis in the field. All the conflict between human and macaca are outside area of conservation. So we overlay as well with the conservation areas and the wildlife human interaction with macaque. So we found that from the 2019 and 2022, there were 71 points of encounter that have undertaken by the all forest rangers and personnel from our conservation unit office in Indonesia. So in the monitoring of macaque, we have already overlay as well with the forest areas and high conservation value. So the map shows that the same distribution pattern with the data from the SIDA and from the data of global biodiversity information. And so the record also monitoring occurrence outside natural distribution. So what I have already mentioned in Sulawesi, Papua, Tinjil, and Delhi Islands. So this is the map shows all the data. We can see the dot of the blue is the data from the SIDA, and the yellow is the data from the GBIF, and the blue is also the data from the research that we have already collected from all research in Sumatra, Java. And the red dot is the data for the human interaction between human and wildlife. So we can see that the data that we have already overlay in all the data information that we have already collected. So we have a conclusion that, next slide, please. That we have a conclusion that our challenge on how we can make a management plan on the Macaques fascicularis to reduce the wildlife-human interaction, because macaque, as we have already known, that macaque is also potential as a have a zoonosis disease, and physical harm to human and community is very large in area of the conservation, and with the local community situation in the conservation areas. So also the challenge is the macaque as a potential or as an invasive species in Indonesia, and is adaptable and has high reproductive. And we have facing also problem with the economic implication for the agriculture, because some macaque disturb the agriculture and causing the crop failure. And also we have a challenge how the Macaques fascicularis disturbing the safety and comfort of the tourists, because many Macaques fascicularis outside the protection areas and nearby the local community areas. The challenge also that we have already heard from the Dr. Schapiro is how we can use the Macaques fascicularis with the program of the sustainable utilization for the biomedical purpose for the vaccine drugs. And also we have to see that the Macaques fascicularis also as a potential agent of zoonotic disease that I have already mentioned. This is the data and some of the research that we have already collected. Pak Agung maybe could elaborate the research that he already identification and collected from all from the journal of all published. And this is the sum that we have already collected in Java, in Delhi and Sumatra Selatan, and Pulau Tinjil, and in Jakarta also, as in Bogor Nature Reserve and the Tanjung Puting National Park. Next slide, please. In Sabang, Sulawesi, Karimun, and many others area. Actually, we have only got this journal because Pak Agung maybe could explain more that more than many public and journal that have already published for this estimation population of macaca and fascicularis. Okay, next slide, please. So the recommendation we have identified that using data and information collected by our conservation unit office in Ministry of Environment Forestry in monitoring the species inside the conservation areas in all provinces is very important, and we suggest that all scientists, especially from the IUCN, could use this data and make this data as consider to put the status of the conservation of macaca. And we also recommend for the local scientists in Indonesia to increase the assessment of Macaca fascicularis in Indonesia to improve and analyze and management recommendation for the macaca, and consider the population abundance of Macaca fascicularis for the biomedical purpose. And based on its occurrence and some population survey, national status might be different from the global status, that we believe the Macaca fascicularis in Indonesia is still not endangered. And we hope that this information and data could be considered also as well in IUCN assessment. So this is my presentation. So Pak Agung maybe have another more information on how we develop the management plan on the Macaca fascicularis. But before we develop the management plan, we have already undertaken the formulation of the NDF, non-detriment finding of the macaca. So Pak Agung, could you please tell us how the progress of the formulation of the NDF in Indonesia? Please, Pak Agung.
Thank you, Ibu Direktur, Ibu Indra. Maybe I just add a little regarding the conservation program, including sustainable utilization of long-tail macaques in Indonesia. We have collecting the data, as you see in SIDAC, taken by our personnel, each year, and it can be a source of information to ensure or to monitor the status of macaca. And as we know that inside the conservation areas, although it is not protected, but the areas is protected. So it is a what you call insurance, to the long term or to the population of macaca. While for the sustainable utilization, only allow in outside of the conservation area, and it is should conduct a survey before deciding on the how many individual that can be taken. And we are now working on NDF, of course, with the scientific authority, with the BRIN, and it is merely to ensure that the conservation as well as the sustainable utilization of macaca is in place. I think that's all to add information from Ibu Indra. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Agung. So thank you everybody for the attention of our presentation. Hope we can discuss later on the matter of how we can manage the Macaca fascicularis especially in Indonesia. I give back to the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Eksploitasia. Also a comprehensive talk, with the challenge, but also effort, that the government of Indonesia already do until today. So before you already talk about how the conservation status in Indonesia, basically, and some in situ inbreeding facilities that we actually also have, which is using the introduced population to the in situ breeding facilities. And then the government, together with the Indonesian stakeholder, held the monitoring of the Macaca fascicularis. We have around 517 wild points encountered through Indonesia's archipelago, and there are 71 points Okay, I think I am a bit have a problem. Sorry. So let me rewind a bit, about our last speaker that we have from Dr. Eksploitasia. So the potential of the macaques as the invasive species in the area where the long-tail macaques is not the natural species, and then the sustainable utilization that we have, particularly in Indonesia. So we already have all three perspectives, talking about the current issues of the Macaca fascicularis in the world, particularly probably like in Indonesia as well. From Dr. Schapiro, from Dr. Hansen, and also Dr. Eksploitasia. We talk about the utilization in the biomedical use in a sustainable way, and then from the conservation effort, and then how the Indonesian government also involved, and basically supporting this issue, in the conservation status. So now maybe we are welcome our two speakers again for the discussion in this session. So we are welcoming Professor Schapiro and Dr. Eksploitasia. Maybe not all questions in the Zoom chat room we can discuss in this very short discussion time. So if maybe the committee can help me which questions, or I can maybe pick some of the questions.
Dr. Puji?
Yes?
Can we ask directly to, there's a...
Oh yeah, of course.
Okay.
Of course, with Dr. Mirza, also that are in the room, with us, in the conference room. So before we maybe also a little bit discuss about the questions that you already have, we would like to welcome Dr. Mirza Dikari Kusrini as the IUCN Regional Vice Chair for South and Southeast Asia. So we also want to know, or want to hear, from your opinion probably about this current issues of the Macaca fascicularis.
Thank you, Ibu Puji, for the time. Thank you, everyone. It's really a pleasure for me to come here. I'm in Primata Hotel. My name is Mirza Dikari Kusrini, as Ibu Puji already mentioned, and I'm also a lecturer at Bogor Agriculture University, or IPB. And the committee is actually asking me to give a little bit of remark about the issue of long-tailed macaque. First, I would like to tell you that I'm not a primatologist. I'm a herpetologist, so I work mostly on amphibian and reptiles. So if you ask me about primate, I probably will not say much about it. But I've learned a lot from this morning session. This is a very fortunate for me to be able to attend and hear the very interesting talk and good presentation from Professor Schapiro and Dr. Hansen, and also from Ibu Indra Eksploitasia, so from the government, because here I'm able to see the three different perspectives from scientists as well as from the government, because I mostly work on the conservation of species, especially the traded species like amphibian and reptile. Sorry, it seems that please turn it off. So sorry about this. I forgot to turn off my phone. So I know that the issue that always been plaguing scientists is between the use of the species and also the conservation, so the sustainability of the species. And I believe that one of the main purpose of wildlife conservation is not only talking about the critically endangered species, but to ensure that the common species will still become common in the future. So we would like to hope that our children, our grandchildren will see the long-tailed macaque and other species as well, even the frogs in the rice field, that what I study and everything. So I agree with most of the presentation by all of the presentation that we need to think about what will happen to the long-tailed macaque in the future, and also work together in the global level. So IUCN Species Survival Commission has already seen that there's a problem, a little bit of problems in terms that in local setting that not many local scientists is involved with the global conservation movement. That's why IUCN Species Survival Commission is now really want to have more local scientists to be able to increase and then mobilize their action for the global strategies. That's what we have this program called the Reverse Dread, which is actually mobilizing the local movement to global action. And since I've heard about this upgrading status of the IUCN Red List assessment for the long-tailed macaque, I've been following with very much interest in the debate in Indonesia, especially in Indonesia, because when you look at the assessment, we kind of seen that it seems like not many Indonesian scientists is included in the red list. I might be wrong, there might be one local Indonesian name, but I also know that Dr. Hansen, of course, worked extensively in Indonesia, but it will be nice to have more Indonesian working and doing the assessment. And I'm really happy that the government is able to collate the Indonesian data on the population and the distribution. For the distribution itself, I've seen that the data from the government is included from the global biodiversity GBF, yeah, and GBF is actually also taking data from citizen science. So I very much want to look more people reporting from the distribution of the long-tail macaque, so it can help put it in the data for the assessment. So, and also the reverse threat is actually when we say that we want to have more involvement of local scientists, we also want to have more assessment in the national level. So we have the national red list assessment all over the world, but not Indonesia. As one of the countries with high biodiversity in the world, we don't have yet the national red list. And the national red list, I think, is needed to ensure that we have the actual assessment of our species, not only in global level, but in national level. And what I have seen from the government data, I think it is a good start. And I believe that we need to encourage that the national red list assessment of for the using the IUCN red list assessment criteria, so it could be later on include in the global assessment. And I have seen that based on the result, I think this is a wake-up call for the Indonesian scientists. Why is the Indonesian scientist is not really involved yet? So I encourage all the people here. I think there will be a lot of report, or they have seen in the data from the government that has probably not yet included in the red list assessment because it is in local language. So if it is possible to put it in the national level setting, I think it will be good. So I encourage very much to do more work in the national level. And I'm not talking here not only for Indonesian, but also for other country that range from the long-tail macaque. So thank you very much. I think this is my opinion. So I hope that based on this conference, we will have a next step to work, to move forward to ensure the conservation of the long-tail macaque. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kusrini. Thank you for opening the discussion, basically, yeah. And it is really important. So I get the highlight of your discussion that, you know, in Indonesia or maybe other countries around the world needs to have this national red list, yeah. So then the Indonesian scientists, yeah, can also give the effort, yeah, for the actual assessment, which later on in the global assessment, it will be noticed. And so we actually working together, yeah, international collaborations with also including all the local insight, yeah, the collaboration. Thank you so much. Okay, so now we maybe will have a little bit of discussion. So I hope Professor Schapiro is still with us. Are you there, Prof?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, okay. So we have a few questions for you. So the first one from Rashid Al-Hakim from IPB University. He wants to ask if there is any kind of using intelligent computing like maybe machine learning, deep learning, or omics method intelligent computing for studying the drugs development, molecular docking, or, you know, to develop the efficacy for the vaccine, molecular DNA, and so on. So using the computational things, yeah, as the maybe alternative, yeah, from using the direct animal model for the, you know, for this effort for the human health. So what do you think?
Yes, I mean, I suspect the answer is yes, but this is well outside my area of expertise. So I mean, I really can't add to the discussion on this. There are people that are much more informed about this than I am. My answer is that there is probably these types of investigative techniques being employed. And like I said, we're always trying to minimize the number of animals that we use. Sometimes it's possible, sometimes it's not. I can't give you any definitive answer about this, though.
Okay, so maybe later on others participants that in the area can also help us with the answer. Thank you, Prof. Schapiro. And maybe the next one, the next questions. Okay, so the next question is: a breeding facility usually start from catching wild monkeys as breeders. Do you have any idea what do they do with these wild-caught breeders after retirement? Do you recommend to bring them back to the wild after retirement? Do you recommend to bring them back to the wild after being in captivity in years to increase the wild population?
Yeah, I mean, I would be really surprised if retired breeders get brought back to the wild. You know, I think in general, once an animal gets brought in to be a breeder in captivity, it probably spends the rest of its life in captivity. And when it stops breeding, I'm really not sure what would happen to the average animal who doesn't breed anymore. Sometimes they use them as surrogate parents or aunts and uncles, as we might call them here. They're used to help socialize younger animals. I think that's a legitimate use for a retired breeder. Sometimes older primates are critical for maintaining the social stability in groups. And if you build the right kind of breeding group, you'll end up with some matrilines, some lines of mothers, daughters, sisters, things like that. And you can use non-productive animals to maintain the social status, the social equilibrium that exists in those groups. So that would be one use for retired animals. I'd be really surprised if it's standard practice to let them back into the wild.
Okay, thank you for your answer, Prof. Schapiro. Okay, and the next one, I think it's for Dr. Eksploitasia and Dr. Agung. Yes, so we have questions from Dr. Datun from BRIN, Indonesia. Report of population survey in Central Java, which was conducted by University, BKSDA, Central Java, and BRIN. Based on 9 areas surveyed, as in your presentation, the estimation of population number was about 800-850 individuals. Could you explain that your presentation mentioned the total number from Java, around 1,000 individuals?
Yes, thank you, Bu Puji. This survey is conducted under supervision of BRIN. Let me check the document. I think it's already there. If there is a mistake, there is not on it. I mean, the document is there. If there is any colleagues from BRIN that can clarify on this, I think it's helpful. I don't have the document right now, but thank you for the correction. If it is our mistake, then we will correct the information. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Agung Nugroho. So maybe we would like to invite the participants from the hotel. If you also have any questions, please maybe you can raise your hand so then the committee in the venue can help me with the question from the direct participant, please. Do we have? because I cannot see the participant in Zoom. Any?
Yes, we have
Yeah.
one participant who wants to ask questions to our speakers.
Okay, please.
Okay, can you got me? Mr.
Yes.
Schapiro? Prof? Yeah, thank you so much. So thank you for the chance for me to ask you, sir. And
Okay.
actually, we will care much if the animals is endangered or even almost extinct. And if they are extinct, we will care so much. We will gather so much. After that, we'll, hey, why don't you care it before? But again, it is about the long-tail macaques. And then, as you have shown us before about the number of the macaques from Cambodia, right? It was imported for around 20,000. Is it, sir? That you shown us before in your presentation from Cambodia and then from Indonesia. They are imported for around maybe less than 1,000, I think. And sir, have you discussed about the Cambodian scientists before about this one? Because if you talk about Indonesian, we show the care, right? Even this conference talk about the care. Okay, we get it. There are actually some scientists here for talk about the primatology, but from the Cambodia, I think, is it too much? Because 20,000 imported everybody. Why
Right.
they don't
And
do the farming of the macaques and then? Yes, sir. My question
yeah,
is, have it been talked to the Cambodian scientists over there for the primatology?
well, um, this is a very, very, very sticky issue. And I don't have the expertise necessary to give you the answer. But in the previous pre-COVID days, a lot of animals were exported or imported to the United States. A lot of long-tailed macaques were imported into the United States from China. Okay? Even though perhaps long-tailed macaques don't live in China. I think many of them came from Cambodia. And so I agree with you 100% that the number of animals imported from to the US from Cambodia is highly problematic. And I mean, again, I'm more a laboratory guy than I am a field guy, so I don't have all the data from the field, but I've heard things that suggest that there aren't any wild long-tailed macaques in Cambodia anymore. So again, I don't want to step in this because it's a real minefield here. It's very problematic. So if I agree with you 100%, we should be worried about the situation in Cambodia.
Okay, thank you, Prof. And it is actually expected that our discussion later on will include it for the policymaker. Even though we are scientists, if the policymaker is actually running by, it's actually nothing. You know, from Indonesian, from here, international conference, especially IPB University, we care much, even I'm a lecturer as well. But if it is talking about international link from Cambodia, from Indonesia, fortunately it is less than 1,000. It is combined from Philippines as well. But we expect much that next time for the conference, the policy maker also includes, sir. But again, thank you for your answer, sir. It's satisfied for now. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much as well. I didn't really get the name, so maybe the committee can help me. But thank you so much for you, sir. Yeah, who were asking from the venue. And thank you also, Prof. Schapiro, for being here. Yeah, this is really good for us, for all of us actually to, at least, yeah, right now we get the opportunity to talk about it, from all the perspective that we can get, yeah, to hopefully after this, we can get something, yeah, from this conference, some positive probably plan, yeah, a positive plan, what we can do, with the status of the Macaques fascicularis, yeah. Thank you so much, Prof. Schapiro, Dr. Eksploitasia, and also maybe for all the participants, I'm sure you still have lots of questions, especially from the conservation perspective as well. So if you have all those questions, please don't go anywhere because Dr. Hansen will be with us actually, yeah, but later on a bit, yeah. So maybe around 2 p.m. In Jakarta time. So maybe you can, yeah, take the preference or the exact time, yeah, with your local times, yeah, because I'm sure not all of you in Indonesia, you are around the world anyway, and maybe basically also most of it in the US. So please, if you still have time, just stick within our conference because we will talk a lot about the issue, and hopefully we can get something to together have some plans, yeah, that we can still include all the, all the how to say, the sustainable utilities, the conservation effort, yeah, and maybe also fighting the human wildlife conflicts, yeah, and helping to get the real management conservation systems in Indonesia and also around the world about this particular species, the long-tailed macaque. So we can live together, yeah, basically with all the biodiversity in the world. Okay, I think that's it, yeah, for this session. Thank you so much for all of you who already be here listening and also asking questions. Hopefully we can see you again in the next time. So I guess my time is also up. I'm signing off from here. Thank you so much and have a great discussion after this, yeah, until the conference finished in the afternoon. Thank you so much. I'll give this back to the MC.
As to very interesting discussion with our keynote speakers, and also thank you for Dr. Mirza for giving us some insights from our scientists from Indonesia. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is speech from our invited speakers, and then the speech and discussion will be moderated by our moderator, Dr. Irma Herawati Suparto. Dr. Irma is a lecturer from Primatology Study Program Graduate School of IPB University, and she's also graduated from Primatology Study Program IPB University. Please welcome Dr. Irma.
Thank you, Mbak Pipit. Good morning to everybody. For the next session, we are so honored to have Dr. Randall Kyes and Professor Leca today to give the next session as invited speaker. Maybe Dr. Randy, Mas Randy, are you there?
Selamat pagi.
Selamat pagi, Mas Randy. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, so the CV of Prof. Randy. Okay, everybody can see that Prof. Randall Kyes is from the Department of Physiology in University of Washington, but he is also a member of our family in the Primate Research Center, IPB University. A very, very long, old time, but still young. Right, Mas Randy?
Ya, terima kasih.
Okay, so today we will listen to Professor Randy about survey of long-tailed macaques on Java, assessing distribution and conflict from retrospective of 2012, right, Mas Randy? Okay, so we have 20 minutes for you, and we would like to listen your thoughts and your perspective. Go ahead, Mas Randy. Terima kasih.
Okay, Bu Emma, does that look okay to you?
Looks great.
Okay. Okay, wonderful. Let me. Okay. Anyway, terima kasih banyak, Bu Emma. Selamat pagi semuanya. Good morning, good evening, everybody. Let me say it's a real pleasure to be able to participate in this conference today. And I want to send a special thank you to the organizing committee who have really put together, I think, a great and very important conference here. Well, this morning, what I would like to do is to briefly share with you some work that my colleagues at the Primate Research Center at IPB University and I did about 10 years ago now. Hopefully, it will still be of relevance, particularly given the talks that we've just heard. I think this may fit in pretty well. We basically were trying to do a broad-based distribution survey of Java, while also trying to get a handle or a feel for the nature and extent of the human-primate conflict in some of those regions. The okay, a little bit of background of how this survey came to be. 2008, June, I was in Indonesia checking the morning news and came across this CNN report, which sort of caused me to pause, and I was kind of taken back. This report talking about thousands of long-tailed macaques, destroying 400 hectares of crops around the Borobudur temple, a primate population that is exploding. And I'd been to Borobudur a number of times, certainly probably almost all Indonesians have visited. And I asked my colleague, my good longtime colleague, Dr. Entang Iskandar, had you heard anything recently about, this size of a long-tailed macaque population around Borobudur? And of course, he hadn't heard anything. We had, and so that got us talking, first we should, make a trip there and take a look at this, try to sort of investigate. But then it also started to formulate into, well, maybe we should do a broad survey of Java, take a look at where the different populations of long-tailed macaques are distributed and try to get a handle on some of the conflict issues. And so the next year, 2009, we conducted a preliminary survey going around Java, trying to document where we found populations of long-tailed macaques, and then also recording the reports of conflict. Well, this was really preliminary, and in our opinion, did not, really capture the scope of what we thought was happening, where the distribution and so on Java. So 3 years later, so 2012, 10 years ago, we conducted a more thorough island-wide survey of Java, again, focusing on where Macaca fascicularis populations were distributed, as well as assessing the nature and extent of human-primate conflict in those locations. So I want to begin with just some quick facts, data regarding the study area, the island of Java. This data comes from 2012, although a number of these items would still be relevant today. But just to give you a perspective as I talk about what we found. So Java as an island encompasses around 124,000 square kilometers. It's considered the most populous island in the world. I believe it still is, even 10 years later, with over 140 million people. That translates into a rough density of about 1,100 people per kilometer square. That's a pretty densely populated area. If you put it in terms of non-human primates and macaques, we're typically thinking a carrying capacity of about 300 macaques per kilometer square. The other important note here is, we trying to get some information at that time on the current forest cover, primary forest cover remaining on Java. And around 2012, the best estimates we could find that it was less than 10% remaining. And as you may anticipate and expect, when you have decreasing forest cover, animals are being forced then to areas where they can find other resources. And so with the long-tail macaques, not surprising, they would likely be moving toward areas of shared habitat with humans. The study basically was fairly basic. We drove by vehicle along secondary roads around the island, inquiring as we went, are there monkeys here or not? And then would go to those sites. I'm going to detail that a little bit more in a second here, but that's basically what we were doing. We tried to cover as much of the area of Java as we could. Obviously, you're limited by time and economics, but that's the basics of what we did. So let me detail it a little bit more. The first thing, as you can see, we did an east to west loop of the island, again, by vehicle. Let me show you that again, because I like this animation. This is our GPS track overlaid on island of Java. So this track was conducted between 3 through 17 March in 2012. And then trying to fill in the pieces sort of north to south, we did a second loop. We call it our north to south zigzag route from 16 to 25 October. And so this roughly covered a 25-day survey period. I also want to point out, we did our best to try to cover as much area as possible in that narrow time period. But as you can see, just looking at the map, there are many areas that we were not even able to, visit. Okay, so our daily observations, our travel/observations were conducted, from sun up to sundown, basically 6:30 at the latest, sometimes on the road before that, and go all day long trying to hit as many locations as we could, sometimes well into the evening. The way we were trying to find locations is we would use the leads, possible locations based on reports from local people, based on reports from sightings, media reports like the CNN report and such, as well as suggestions and locations suggested to us by forestry officials. Now, the basic procedure is as we're driving, we would stop approximately every 10 kilometers. We would query the local residents in the area. Are there monkeys here? Yes or no? So basically, it was a presence absence type of question. If the report was, yes, there are monkeys here or in the area, sometimes here was many, many kilometers away. But if there was a report of monkeys, then we would get information on the location, travel to that location, and then try to determine, in fact, if there are monkeys there. And if so, what evidence is there of human-primate conflict? Just for a little more detail here, if we were able to visually observe monkeys, that was a confirmed sighting. If we were not able to see them, because again, we're making quick stops as we go day to day, then we would use or we would score a reported sighting. That was defined basically as independent reports of monkeys by at least 3 individuals not associated with each other. So we wanted to have at least 3 reports that, yes, there were monkeys here before we would call that a reported sighting and basically identify that as a site with monkeys. And that same applied to conflict. If we were not able to visually observe conflict, then we would use reported conflict if at least confirmed by 3 different individuals. Okay, so what did we find in doing this survey? Well, first, as I said, it was about a 25-day survey period, intensive survey period every day, all day. And we covered, just a little over 8,000 kilometers and roughly split equally between the east-west loop and the north-south loop, you can see there. Along the way, we made roughly 800 stops to query local residents, around 1,600 people, at least, that we spoke with, to inquire about the monkey sightings. And so here's sort of the big result we found. 77 sites were identified where we had wild, free-ranging long-tailed macaques. Now, over the next 2 to 3 years or so, we were able to add a few more locations to that, brought us up to 80 identified sites. And so that's the data set we're dealing with here, 80 sites where we had long-tailed macaques reported / confirmed. Okay. Now, these sites also included both protected areas as well as non-protected areas. So protected areas being like national parks, the Taman Nasional, nature reserves, Cagar Alam, and other government protected forests that represented, as you can see, roughly 16% of the total sites. And the non-protected areas like agricultural land, villages, tourist sites, religious sites accounted for 84% of the sightings. Now, I want to make a really important point here. Due to time constraints, funding, we were not able to do actual population surveys in any of these locations, all right, where we could generate estimates of abundance, such as density estimates, population size. And that all we were able to do, I should say, is document distribution of these animals. And we really consider this a first step, right? To identify locations that would then benefit from subsequent population survey work. So we're not, going out blindly. So I would say when we're talking about doing, major surveys, obviously we want to have this kind of data as much as we can ahead of time anywhere, at least so we can start focusing on known locations. Now, that being said, we certainly queried local people about their opinion on population size. And the typical response would be a verbal response like, many monkeys, yeah, banyak sekali, everywhere, many, or sometimes they would give an actual number. I also want to interject here. I don't know if we consider this a sad statement, but not all, but many of the locations, one of the first comment when we asked them that, we're here, we told them we're here surveying and asking about the information, they were saying, oh, can you help us with the problems we have? Are you coming here? Can you capture? Can you sterilize? And again, I point that out because when we're thinking big picture, we don't often think about what the people who deal with the issues day to day, what their life is really like. I mean, the remote village where the people day in, day out are dealing with the conflict. And they just want that conflict to go away so they can get on with their life and not have everything consumed by how they are going to keep the monkeys out of their crops. And again, this is, as has already come up, is a real important issue and a very, very difficult issue to manage for everyone's satisfaction. But we did have actual numbers provided, that is actual estimates, right? And those varied at 31 sites, varied from, as you can see, 5 to 450 monkeys. These are what the people are telling us what they think the numbers are. I would never take these as actual numbers, but I just wanted to mention that number. Okay, so this is, you may not be able to see this clearly, certainly not in the conference room. This is sort of our 30,000-foot look at the distribution of these identified sites across Java. And I'm going to break that out by province here in just a second to help you see that. But I just wanted to show you, if you can see the circles, those represent locations where we identified populations of monkeys, of long-tailed macaques. I'll mention this in just a minute. The red indicates areas with reported conflict. The green represents locations without conflict. I will provide that data here in a second. Okay, so The western third of Java, we now have two provinces, a more recent province of Banten at the far west, and the province of West Java. And so you can see there, we identified a total of 47 sites, broken out, 9 sites in Banten, 38 in West Java. In terms of all 80 locations, West Java had almost 50% of the long-tail macaque sites. Moving on to Central Java, we were able to identify 16 sites, roughly 20%. And again, I want you to look here. You can see there's, based on our colored routes, there's still a lot of area where we were not able, again, time-wise to cover. And this needs to be done, and it needs to have a longer survey of area and coverage to more accurately portray really what the population distribution is. And then moving on to East Java, again, roughly just a little over 20% as well. So the majority would have been in the western third of Java. In terms of conflict, we identified, or I hate to say confirmed. I mean, obviously some of this is based on reported conflict, albeit, by our definition, at least people, and usually far more than that, we're confirming. But human primate conflict was reported, at 70% of the sites, so 56 of the 80 sites. And those included sites both in protected areas, as well as certainly the non-protected areas. The types of conflict reported, as you might expect, crop raiding. These animals are coming into our agricultural land, into our private gardens, stealing from the vendor stands like the warungs or small restaurants, breaking into their houses, stealing food, clothing. So, I mean, this was common throughout all of the areas. The reported response by the people involved hollering, chasing the monkeys, throwing rocks, waving banging sticks, use of slingshots. There were some reports, but certainly limited, about the use of pellet guns, potentially poison, although we never were able to really document that beyond an occasional comment. At almost all the sites, particularly those sites where, the tourist sites, religious sites, and so on, we saw feeding of the monkeys, the people, either actively provisioning or, handouts, as part of their day at the park kind of thing. Interestingly, out of all these areas, we never heard or observed reports of monkeys displaying contact aggression. And that surprised us, but that's nice to hear. But I wanted to point out about the feeding of the monkeys. I mean, this is an issue that we see in all locations that I'm aware of in many of the countries where you have people living in sort of a shared environment with long-tail macaques, rhesus macaques. The people feed the animals because they feel bad for the animals, although they don't have enough food. What happens then is the animals habituate and start ripping the house apart when they don't feel they're getting enough food. It also, and particularly in the case of long-tail macaques, increases reproductive success. I mean, these animals are healthy, and oftentimes the populations in these, human primate areas, the primate population is exploding. We see this frequently, and so particularly as non-seasonal breeders, as Steve mentioned, they're turning out a lot of animals, and so this becomes a bigger problem for the people that are living there. They're caught in the cycle of feeding them. Oh, look, there are more monkeys. We need to feed them more, and the population is just growing and growing out of control, which then translates into more reports of conflict. The government has to respond to that. I mean, most everyone here understands that, but again, this is an extremely difficult problem to solve. Okay, a couple quick snapshots of conflict, just to jump around to a couple areas, or 3 areas actually. Solea Banten in the Banten province. Here's an example. This is a sort of a religious site. There's a cemetery on this location, small forest around the area. People occasionally will come there and feed the monkeys. there's a large population there. Again, we were not able to even estimate how many, but in a quick count, when the monkeys would come out for the daily provision, I mean, we could count more than 100 monkeys without blinking an eye, and we could see more in the forest and hear more further away. They're being fed, they're being hand fed. So, this is a population, example of population that is really growing, and those reports were coming from the local people. Local people talking about raiding their gardens and their crops, and you hear a couple school children. I didn't get the photo till right after. They're being chased by the monkeys, and the kids say, "Oh, this is a daily thing. Every time we come home from school, monkeys are chasing us." But fortunately, no reports of conflict in terms of aggressive encounters. Taman Java. This is a class, souvenirs and food and so on. You can see long-tailed macaques everywhere. There's a small forest surrounding the area. Macaques live there, but they're feeding off the handouts much of the time. Here's a family over here on the right side. You can see one of the little girls with her slingshot, sort of carrying that as a preemptive or preventive measure if the monkeys get too close. The store owner on the left with his club. And I got several photos of him as monkeys would come close to his fruits where he'd be swinging at the monkeys. This is, an ongoing daily event. Last one, Tulungagung in East Java. This is a cemetery in the middle of a village area surrounded by a little bit of forest. There's a population of macaques living here. They're fed here daily. Here they are eating rice people put out. And population is very healthy, to say the least. We saw, again, all these areas, substantial numbers of infants. The local people around the cemetery, feed the monkeys by hand. And of course, there's the confusion, the frustration, and so on with the ongoing conflict with the animals. Well, these are so nice, but then they do this. Here, 3 juveniles waiting to try to enter this little coffee shop or warung to grab some food or something to drink, and this one is being chased out by the store owner as he grabs something. So this is what we found throughout Java. This is what we see, actually in many other locations as well. And what did we conclude from this? Well, this may explain the CNN report, but one thing that we thought about and sort of come to this assumption on our part anyway, is that, given that the Macaca fascicularis are often found in areas with human habitation, and that may be because, again, of a shrinking natural habitat, they're around the people all the time. Those people are seeing these monkeys frequently. The conflict is occurring daily. Well, it's not surprising to think that, this may lead the people to this perception of, wow, there's monkeys everywhere. There must be tons of them everywhere. This is, perhaps how that CNN report came to be. Thousands of monkeys raiding the crops. Maybe it's true in some of these areas. Maybe, likely it's not. But my bottom line message, and you've heard this message from everybody so far, and thank you all for making this point, because we've been trying to make it now for decades, is we don't have good population survey data. If you don't have good population survey data on any species, you're not able to make good informed decisions about the species status. And that's all we're asking. We did this survey 10 years ago to try to generate interest from various groups, whoever they might be, at a time when that species, wasn't even a consideration, least concern, right? No one seemed to care. And we wanted and we felt there was a need for doing more survey work on that. So as I just said, we've stressed for really years the need for thorough large-scale population surveys. This is needed throughout the Indonesian country, but throughout all of the geographic regions of Asia, Southeast Asia with long-tailed macaques. Obviously, this is going to give us important information on, the conservation status, help us better adjust our, our measurements and our final assessments. And it's also critically important for helping us to manage that human primate conflict situation. Again, we're all striving to try to find a way, a sustainable, a healthy coexistence. And this is an extremely difficult task, dealing with human behavior and primate behavior, which oftentimes, sort of operate in silos, and trying to get people to change their behavior is perhaps more difficult than the primates. But we need this data. We need that, the population surveys, broad-based population surveys, if we're going to get a handle on all of this. And so I'll stop there just to acknowledge some of our support from this work, and thank you all for your attention.
Thank you so much, Prof. Kyes, for your insights, and I'm sure there will be questions later on. Please stay with us until it's finished, okay? So we are so happy for the next invited speaker. We will have Prof. Leca from Canada, and I would like to see the CV for Prof. Leca. Yeah, Prof. Leca is from Department of Psychology, University of Lethbridge, Alberta, Canada. Is Prof. Leca with us today?
I am, yes. Hello, everyone.
Oh, thank you so much. It's nighttime there, right?
It is,
yes.
yes.
Well, we will keep you awake for a couple of more minutes, okay, Prof. Leca? So we will listen to your, I understand that it will be a video.
Yes, if you don't mind, I was told by some of the organizers that it would be possible to play a video. I'm actually live with you, but my slideshow includes several video clips. So in case of technical issues, I thought a video would be great. But I'm more than happy to answer questions afterwards, of course.
Yeah, thank you so much. Okay, so we will listen to Prof. Leca regarding the topic on Balinese monkeys. Please go ahead. Thank you.
So can I ask you a question? Am I supposed to play the video, or is someone playing it from Bogor? I was told someone might be able to play
The
it.
committee will start the video.
Oh, thanks very much.
They're preparing, so yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is JB Leca from the University of Lethbridge in Canada. The first goal of my talk today is to give you an overview of the diversity in the cultural repertoire of Balinese long-tailed macaques by highlighting some of the socially learned and culturally maintained object-directed behaviors illustrated here and performed by different populations of this primate species in Bali as part of their material culture. And the second goal of my presentation is to provide some implications of the research field of cultural primatology on the welfare, management, and conservation of these animals. Well, let's start with some generalities about research on cultural behaviors in animals. By and large, traditional behavioral research, including classical ethology, has focused on species-typical behavioral patterns like courtship displays and agonistic displays, whereas behavioral variation between populations of the same species has long been considered to be noise of little intrinsic interest. However, there is now growing evidence for substantial geographic variation among conspecific populations in various animal taxa and in a wide range of behavioral domains, including, well, actually courtship displays, but also food choices, foraging techniques, communication signals, anti-predatory responses, and even mutualistic interactions. And such interpopulation differences in behavior are generally explained in terms of ecological, genetic, or cultural factors, or most likely a combination of these causes. And interestingly, group or population comparisons can sometimes provide clearer insights into the causes of behavioral differentiation than species comparisons, because groups or populations have often been separated for less time than have species, so they tend to differ in fewer characteristics than do species, which allow researchers to reduce the effect of confounding variables when tracing back possible behavioral precursors and discussing evolutionary scenarios about step-by-step changes in behavior. So clearly, research on intergroup variation in behavior has key implications for our understanding of behavioral evolution and general evolutionary patterns and processes. And in this regard, non-human primates are excellent study subjects for at least two reasons. First, many primate taxa, prosimians, monkeys, and great apes, exhibit high levels of intergroup behavioral diversity. And second, of course, their phylogenetic relatedness to humans makes them prime models for human behavioral evolution. And over the past 20 years, the systematic study of intergroup behavioral variation in non-human primates has produced valuable empirical data that are used to test predictions and fit models generated from theories about the role of cultural processes in human evolution. For example, this research by Andy Whiten and colleagues charts cultural variation in different types of behavior and across different chimpanzee communities in Africa. So this relatively new and quite exciting field, often referred to as cultural primatology, or the study of behavioral traditions in primates, aims to examine the ecological, genetic, and socio-demographic influences on behavioral variation among groups of the same primate species. According to Friis and Perry, for a behavior to qualify as cultural, at least 4 criteria should be met. First, the behavior should be geographically variable, such as a group-specific behavioral practice. Second, it should be prevalent, that is, present among several group members. Third, it should be enduring or persistent over time. And fourth, this behavioral practice should be socially learned or socially influenced, in other words, dependent on social means for its transmission and maintenance. So during the next few minutes, I'm going to exemplify the diversity in the cultural repertoire of Balinese long-tailed macaques by comparing different populations and tell you what kind of evidence my research team members and I have gathered in relation to these 4 criteria. We conduct our research in Bali, and over the past 14 years, we have compiled several behavioral data sets from 3 main populations of Balinese long-tailed macaques, namely Ubud, central Bali, Pulaki, northwest Bali, Uluwatu, southern Bali, and to a much lesser extent, we have some preliminary data from Sangay and West Bali National Park. We study Balinese or common long-tailed macaques, Macaca fascicularis fascicularis, within large to extra large populations up to 1,200 individuals that range freely, and with the exception of the population from West Bali National Park, these macaques live around Hindu temple grounds, are very habituated to human presence, and regularly provisioned with food by the temple staff, hence their generic label of temple monkeys. First, let's focus on a form of object play frequently performed in the Ubud population in central Bali. This behavior is known as stone handling and consists in the mainly solitary, versatile, sequential, non-instrumental, and playful manipulation of stones, as illustrated in these videos. To address the question, is stone handling an object play culture in Balinese long-tailed macaques, let's examine whether stone handling behavior meets all 4 criteria that I previously mentioned. After several years of research in Bali, my team found that first, stone handling is geographically variable. It's a group-specific behavioral practice that is mainly observed in central Bali and customarily performed in Ubud, represented with a black dot on this map, whereas forest ranging or other groups of temple-dwelling macaques living in similar ecological conditions in western or southern Bali do not exhibit stone handling. So this suggests that this behavior cannot be accounted for by group ecology alone. Second, stone handling is highly prevalent in Ubud. It is performed by most group members in this population in all age and sex classes. Third, stone handling is enduring in that it's been existing in Ubud for at least 4 decades, so it's clearly a cross-generational phenomenon. And finally, fourth, we recently provided quantitative evidence that the expression of stone handling is socially influenced in Ubud. Therefore, stone handling meets all 4 criteria for cultural behavior in Balinese long-tailed macaques. Indeed, even though stone handling is mainly a solitary behavior in the sense that each monkey tends to play with its own stones, stone handling is often performed in synchrony with other group members, either at the dyadic level with 2 stone handlers playing at the same time, or at the polyadic level with a subgroup of stone handlers playing simultaneously. And specifically, we found that the daily expression of stone handling was socially influenced at the dyadic level by a process called response facilitation, which is a form of behavioral contagion whereby observing a demonstrator performing stone handling temporarily increases the probability that the observer will engage in stone handling within the next 2 minutes after witnessing stone handling. A second example of cultural behavioral candidate in Balinese long-tailed macaques consists in the behavioral practice of robbing and bartering that occurs at the Uluwatu temple in southern Bali. So here's how it goes. Before entering the temple grounds, the visitors are warned that they should remove and hide their belongings because these monkeys spontaneously and routinely engage in token-mediated bartering interactions with humans. These interactions occur in 3 phases. Phase 1 is called token robbing. The monkeys steal from temple visitors inedible and more or less valuable objects, for example, electronics, glasses, hats, flip-flops, or empty camera bags and other accessories. In phase 2, called token for reward bartering, the monkeys appear to use these objects as tokens by engaging in a trading interaction with members of the temple staff who offer a range of food rewards that the monkeys may reject or accept, sometimes accumulating the rewards until, in phase 3, the monkeys return the tokens to humans in exchange for a certain number or a certain type of food rewards that they finally consume. We found converging evidence that robbing and bartering rely on strategic economic behaviors. First, our observational and experimental data showed that more experienced monkeys preferentially select objects that are more likely to be exchanged for food, like electronics or glasses, over other objects that are less valuable for humans and typically not worth bartering, like empty camera bags or accessories. So that's what we called the value-based token selection. Second, some older and again more experienced monkeys appear to maximize their robbing bartering payoff. They seek to obtain either more food rewards or a more preferred food reward in exchange for a higher valued object. And this is particularly true for subadult and adult monkeys. Based on these results, we argued that robbing bartering could be a unique form of token economy in a non-human animal species, involving the use of symbolic tools in the form of tokens that function as a rudimentary local currency. Now, to address the question, is robbing bartering a culturally maintained token economy? We assessed whether these behaviors also met the 4 criteria for culture. Like stone handling, we first found that robbing bartering was geographically variable. It's a group-specific behavioral practice that is only observed in Uluwatu, southern Bali, represented with a black dot on this map, even though there are several other populations of Balinese long-tailed macaques that interact with tourists and temple visitors on a daily basis across the island. So again, robbing bartering cannot be explained by local environmental conditions alone. Second, robbing bartering is relatively prevalent in Uluwatu. It's performed by 36% of the population and across all age and sex classes. Third, robbing bartering is enduring in that it's been existing in Uluwatu for over 30 years. So like stone handling, it's a cross-generational phenomenon. And fourth, we provided quantitative evidence that the expression of robbing bartering is socially influenced and synchronized in Uluwatu via a response facilitation process and possibly a form of conformity-biased learning. So again, robbing bartering meets all 4 criteria for cultural behavior in Balinese long-tailed macaques. Third, we studied another behavioral variant in Balinese long-tailed macaques that could be a good candidate for playful and tool-using culture. We call this one object-assisted eye-covering behavior, and as illustrated here, the monkeys use a variety of objects to temporarily cover their eyes and faces while moving around, and sometimes they appear to cheat by glancing to regain short-term visual information, almost like the peekaboo game in children. When the behavior is performed alone, we tested the hypothesis that it could serve as a self-handicap whereby the performer challenges its sensory-motor coordination by putting itself in unnecessary risky situations, as illustrated in these videos. Our data partly supported the view that object-assisted eye covering is a sensory-motor, self-handicapping behavior. When the behavior is performed in a social context, our analysis provided some support to the hypothesis that object-assisted eye covering could function as a social play signal or an invitation to engage in social play, because it could make the performer attractive to a potential playmate, as illustrated in these videos. And once a playful interaction is engaged, object-assisted eye covering could be a socially self-handicapping tactic during which the performer makes itself more vulnerable by using a mask as a tool to act blind. Now, our case for object-assisted eye covering being a playful and tool-using culture is clearly less strong than that for stonehandling and robbing bartering. However, we have preliminary elements that indicate a cultural potential. First, this behavior shows some geographic variation with a customary practice in Pulaki, northwestern Bali. Second, it was quite prevalent with 50% of the 56 sample subjects performing this behavior, including individuals from all age and sex classes. Third, even though our study was not longitudinal enough to assess the persistence of this behavior over time, our data on the dyadic component of this behavior in a socially playful context suggests some form of social influence in its expression. Finally, in the same vein of peculiar and questionably adaptive object-directed behaviors, one of my grad students, Caleb Bonselmeyer, who's presenting at this conference, is investigating what we call the bottle game in Balinese long-tailed macaques. When performing this behavior, the monkeys use a variety of empty containers, some being human-made, like plastic bottles, hence the bottle game, and others being natural containers, like hollow tree stumps, to repeatedly insert and retrieve small objects like pebbles or seeds. And the monkeys can spend several minutes engaging in this seemingly playful activity. Now, because this is an ongoing study, we still don't know to what extent the bottle game is geographically variable, prevalent, enduring, and socially influenced. But based on preliminary data, we are treating this behavior as another cultural candidate in Balinese long-tailed macaques. Well, I hope the first part of my talk today gave you a solid overview of the diversity in the cultural repertoire of Balinese long-tailed macaques. Now, I already told you that research on intergroup variation in behavior is crucial to better understand some of the patterns and processes of behavioral evolution. So that's for theoretical knowledge. However, because all the behavioral data that I presented were collected in so-called temple monkeys, that is large or extra large primate populations that are quite habituated to human presence, even interacting directly with humans, and regularly provisioned with food by humans, there's also something to be said about the practical implications of our findings for animal welfare, management, and conservation. On the one hand, some anthropogenic influences on macaque populations can increase their cultural diversity. For example, by luring wild macaques out of their natural habitats to make them more visible for tourists, regular food provisioning schedules as part of management programs significantly relax the foraging pressure on these monkeys. They don't have to look for food all day, which in turn modifies their activity budget and makes them more sedentary, leading to larger populations of monkeys with literally free time on their hands. Well, even though they say that necessity is the mother of invention, we know that a substantial number of behavioral innovations emerge due to environmental opportunities, like the ones created by more free time, making some of the subsequent cultural behaviors in macaque populations a byproduct of anthropogenic activities. On the other hand, sustained and intensive anthropogenic activities can lead to poorer animal welfare, resulting in the loss of animal culture. In 2013, Michael Gummert and colleagues provided evidence that the introduction of local farming and the release of domestic dogs in Piak Nam Yai Island in Thailand had negatively affected the stone tool use culture of Burmese long-tailed macaques and could disrupt the persistence of this behavioral tradition. And because animal traditions are rare, but can increase survival rate by improving how individuals use their environments, Gummert and colleagues reminded us that the preservation of cultural behaviors needs to be considered in biodiversity conservation. Similar alarming conclusions can be generated from research on cultural behaviors in other non-human primate species and in a wide range of non-primate taxa, including cetaceans. And the conservation awareness message is the same. Because animal culture is key to understand habitat suitability and translocation success, its diversity should be considered and protected when delineating population units for wildlife welfare, management, and conservation. So beyond this presentation on long-tailed macaque cultures, yes, animal cultures matter for conservation, and according to these two recent review papers, understanding the rich social lives and cultural diversity of animals can benefit conservation efforts, and conversely, a lack of appreciation of animal culture can actually confound conservation efforts. This is a selection of the references to back up our findings on the cultural behaviors of Balinese long-tailed macaques. I am extremely grateful to the organizers of the International Conference on Long-tailed Macaques at IPB University for inviting me to speak at this venue, with a special mention to Dr. Huda Darusman, as well as Dr. Malene Friis Hansen, director and co-founder of the Long-tailed Macaque project. I want to acknowledge the funding agencies and institutions that have been funding my research program in Bali for almost 15 years. Of course, I want to thank my colleagues and close research collaborators for their insights and fruitful research discussions. And last but not least, I want to thank big time my postdoc fellows, grad students, undergrad students, and field research assistants who largely contributed to the findings that I just presented. Thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you so much, Prof. Leca. Very interesting topic. Actually, it's my first time seeing this kind of data, so I hope will be a question. So this session, we will have a discussion. Unfortunately, only 10 minutes due to time constraint. I understand we have one question for Prof. Randy Kyes. Committee, can you show the question, please? Okay, Mas Randy, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, maybe you can answer this question for Mr. Gono from the Research Institute. Now it's called BRIN.
BRIN, yeah.
Yes,
I forgot. Yes, and thank you for the question. We don't have, I'm trying to go back through any of our, there were isolated comments in different locations about, you know, an occasional shooting of an animal that was raiding agricultural land. Unclear if it was killed or wounded, but we certainly didn't have any substantial data, or even what I would call, you know, minor data that would provide numbers of animals killed through the conflict. You know, again, what we found throughout the area was, as I mentioned, you know, people did not report about aggressive, you know, contact aggression types of encounters. There was a general sense of wanting to help these animals, but at the same time, you know, extreme frustration when the animals were stealing crops or getting into the houses. So you know, that may help reduce the extreme kinds of responses from people, where they're trying to actually kill the animals. I have heard of more instances of perhaps killing in locations where these animals are typically not found, like years ago in Papua. People that were frustrated, the fascicularis had been released in those locations, were breeding or raiding crops. And so I think some of the local people were actively trying to reduce these animals, the population. But in our study of Java, really had no data on that. So anyway, thanks for the question.
For a moment there, but hopefully the main answer already given and we got the answer, but didn't hear the last sentences. Thank you, Mas Randy. I understand that we will need to do more survey, right? And I hope we can include so they will learn about how to do surveys also.
Yeah.
Right, Mas Randy?
Very important. Yes, very important. Yeah. Happy to help.
Oh, I think we still have problem.
Can you not hear me, Bu Irma?
We can hear you online, Mas Randy.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. We have one question. Thank you, Mas Randy.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry for the technical problem. Okay, we have one more question for Professor Leca. The operator having problem with the signal, but we have one question for you. Professor Leca, are you still there?
I am, yes.
Okay, maybe you can, there's one from Anindya Rana asking for human perspective. The lives of our non-human primates are and how this recognition should encourage us to think and rethink our attitudes and actions towards them, especially with their well-being and welfare in mind. Did you get
Yeah, well,
that?
it's I did, absolutely. Thank you very much for the question. Thank you, Rana. I always appreciate your insights. Well, as it may have transpired from the presentation, I see animal culture as a great index for a lot of things: behavioral, social, demographic, diversity, but also flexibility, adaptability. So in the end, I see animal culture as an index, a proxy, some kind of thermometer, almost a metric of population and environmental health, stability, viability, and as you may have understood, as already published, as a proxy for welfare, quality, and to some extent conservation status. With regards to the parallel with humans, as you may have noticed, we know quite a lot about tool-using cultures that are subsistence related, the adaptive forms of culture. I'm rather interested in the questionably adaptive forms of culture. And again, we know that a large number of human cultural behaviors do not readily make sense from a perspective of subsistence, survival, fitness enhancement. You know, we humans also engage in weird, arbitrary, puzzling behaviors that are completely part of our culture. They are socially learned, culturally maintained, but to some extent they reflect our history, our socio-demography, and I would say our overall integrative functioning at the population level. Now, if I want to take an analogy, maybe you're going to find it's a bit far-fetched, but I tend to think in terms of analogy. I really like Daniel Dennett and his view on the heuristic value of thought experiments. So here's the analogy. Interestingly, and maybe sadly, whenever a society, a human society, starts to be threatened in its fate, it's usually the apparently non-essential, the seemingly frivolous part of the society that starts to disappear first. You know, think about how artistic activities are censored and even banned during the first steps of the establishment of a dictatorship, for example. So again, the analogy is probably far-fetched, but I guess my modest point here is that to some extent, we should be able to use data on these kind of questionably adaptive cultural behaviors, the weird, the seemingly non-essential stuff in long-tail macaques, to assess welfare at the individual level and conservation status at the population and even at the species level. So I don't really know if I answered your question, Rana, but I guess my point is trying to draw a parallel between non-human primate and human cultures, particularly when focusing on the seemingly weird stuff, the apparently non-adaptive behaviors. Does that make sense?
Yes, I think so. I think Rana also agree with you. Thank you so much, Professor Leca. Actually, I myself have a question, but I'm restraining it not to ask you due to time constraint. So I'm going to ask permission. Maybe in the near future, I will email you directly. Okay.
Absolutely, with great pleasure.
Yes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think this is the end of the second session. I would like to give a very high appreciation to Professor Randall Kyes and Professor Leca, and also to Dr. Malene for introducing Professor Leca to us, and hopefully we can have further collaboration. Mas Randy, come back to Bogor, please. Okay. Let's give a big applause for Mas Randy and Mas Leca. Thank you so much. I will return this to the Master of Ceremony.
Thank you, Dr. Irma, for guiding a wonderful discussion with our invited speakers. And then the next agenda is oral presentation from online presenter. And then all the presentation and discussion will be moderated by Dr. Mariyati Surya. Dr. Mariyati Surya was graduated from Primatology Study Program, IPB University, and currently she's working as a researcher in Primate Research Center, IPB University. Please welcome Dr. Mariyati Surya.
Yeah, thank you, Mbak Pipit. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I can hear you.
Good morning, Mariyati.
Sorry, yeah. Now we have oral presentation session. There are six presenters. Dr. Nada Padayatsi from Bioculture, Mauritius, and Dr. Sydney Chertoff from University of Lethbridge, Dr. Jayashree Masunder from IISER Mohali, Professor Mirtati Dia Artaria from Airlangga University, and Dr. Jeffrey Arthur Roberts from California National Primate Research Center, and the last, Dr. Riz Manuel R. Modina from Visayas State University. Okay, every presenter will have 10 minutes talk, and at the end of this session we have 10 minutes discussion. Please write your name, presenter name, and your question in chat box. Okay, for the first presenter, I invite Dr. Padayatsi. Please, are you here? Are you there?
Hello, madam. How are you? Do you hear me?
Dr. Padayatsi, room is yours. 10 minutes talk.
Thank you very much, ma'am. All right, so let me share my screen with you. Is that fine? Do you hear me and do you see the screen all right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, please. Dr.
Okay, good. Ladies
Pada.
and gentlemen, thank you very much. Thank you very much to the organizing committee for having me here. So basically, I'm Nada Padayachi. I'm from Mauritius, and I'm very happy to be here. I will be talking to you about how the long-tailed macaque, which is an invasive alien species in Mauritius, has been made to become an asset for the economy, ensuring the livelihood of people, and most importantly, contributed to medical progress. My co-author, Associate Professor Vincent Florence, will also be here to assist in answering questions after the presentations. So basically, I know Steve, Professor Schapiro talked a little bit about that in his keynote speech, but just a little bit of introduction to you. Mauritius is a small oceanographic island located in the Indian Ocean. And we have the long-tailed macaque on the island. It is the only macaque that is present on the island, and it has been introduced from Indonesia, more precisely from Java, more than 400 years ago. And of course, having been introduced in an area where there's lots of food, no natural predators, lots of resources, they really thrived a lot in all the possible habitats they could. Primary forest, the secondary forest, the riverine habitats. And today, based on the works of Bob Sussman, which he did, we estimate the numbers in the wild to be above 60,000, right? And being an introduced exotic alien species, very invasive, it is a major cause of damage to the biodiversity of the island, but also to the agricultural sector here. In fact, in Mauritius, it's considered as a big as a pest by various bodies, whether it's agricultural, whether the conservation bodies. To give you give you an insight about the impact of this animal, maybe Mauritius is very small, so it's a really tiny island, but it has a very high biodiversity value. It is considered to be a biological hotspot. The level of endemism, speciation that happened, resulted in high endemism in the fauna, which is mostly reptiles here and birds. We have no native mammals here except for the bat, and also in terms of plants. And over the years, as you can see in the graph, the native forest has really reduced in size. Today, we have less than 2% of the native forest remaining. And even that, it's highly fragmented and degraded. And it's a real task to try to preserve this forest. And this task is not at all helped by generalist species such as rats or monkeys that thrive on food resources and habitat and sort of counteract the efforts being done to the conservation. In Mauritius, it's documented that the two worst threat to the biodiversity from the plant side is the Chinese guava. I mean, it's a misnomer, it's not from China, it's the Psidium catellanianum. And on the animal side, it's the monkey, the long-tailed macaque. Right, and interestingly, the macaque has an impact also on the spread of the Psidium catellanianum, because they spread the seeds through their feces. So it has a bigger impact on the spread of those plants. And while we're focusing also on plants, we should also not forget maybe some less considered species such as epiphytes, the orchids. Native orchids are highly predated by the macaque. More than 30% are extinct, and the monkeys chew on them, climb on them, and destroy them. They also chew on the branches and chew on the seedlings of plants. native plants. And as you can see in this slide, one of the bigger impacts is that they predate, they destroy very quickly the fruits of endemic species. Our endemic plant species are very slow growing, and the rate of regeneration is quite slow. They take lots of time to produce fruits and to ripen the fruits and to disperse the fruits. And the monkeys, even before the plants get to a ripe stage, they just completely create havoc, destroying everything. This one big plant, the Sideroxylon grandiflorum, which is one large tree, these pictures show damage done by a monkey within a couple of hours.
Sorry, we have you have 5 more minutes, Doctor.
Okay, excellent. And another impact is also driving the fruit bats to problems. I mean, with the monkeys predating on native fruits and everything, they sort of displace the fruit bats, and this has an impact on the population of fruit bats and the perception in the public. It's driving the public to kill them. It's driving the public to consider the bats in a negative way, and it's because the bats are being displaced out of native forests. It's more visible, and it's perceived to cause more damage. Right. And it has even brought about legal implications, because the bats, the native bats, the fruit bats, are a protected species in Mauritius, and culling of bats was contrary to what the spirit of conservation was. Right. Large impact also on agriculture. This is just to show you the difference between sugarcane field normal and one which is predated by monkeys. It's estimated to be more than $1 million damage just on sugarcane. Right. So basically, all this just to set the scene for what this monkey situation in Mauritius. In 1985, the primate breeding industry started in Mauritius with bioculture. We started trapping monkeys in the wild to condition and breed for export. Today we have we have 4 different companies, and we provide more than 1,500 direct employment, and maybe 3 times more in indirect. The value of this industry cannot be underestimated. Today, it represents about 5% of the total export of the country. And we buy, the industry buys more than 66,000 tons of fresh fruit and vegetables produced by local planters. So why the Mauritian monkey? Of course, it's an introduced species out of its natural habitat. It's free from diseases, and these are the reasons why it's highly sought for by medical institutions. And of course, we are recognized to have very high standards of animal welfare, veterinary care, and husbandry. Right. The caring, the ethics, and the animal welfare aspect goes to every aspect of the operations, every aspect of it, including from the trapping to the export. It's all done to ensure that it's done legally, properly, and with the respect to the best respect we can do to the animal welfare. We are controlled by the authorities, we are registered with the authorities, and we have to submit monthly reports. And all these use of the monkeys, Dr. Schapiro talked about that earlier, but these are just some of the key aspects where the Mauritian monkeys have contributed. Of course, we know the vaccine development, basic research in various fields such as multiple sclerosis, HIV, pig flu, diabetes, transplantation, but also we have vaccine safety testing. We have contributed also in the Zika research, Ebola vaccine, and more recently, obviously, the COVID-19 vaccine. Mauritian monkeys, bioculture monkeys were instrumental in the development of the Pfizer and the Moderna vaccine. And also we have ongoing research Now some areas are very interesting, very challenging. Better diabetes treatment, better cancer treatment. This is one aspect where the Mauritian monkey in particular, because of its genetic makeup and its biosafety level, is the ideal candidate. It's the more and more cancer treatment is moving towards individual patient-based medicine, so gene therapy and everything. So this is where the Mauritian monkey helps a lot. But of course, also it has an important role in stem cell research, the HIV vaccine. Several candidates are being tested right now. Better TB vaccine, dengue vaccine, and the holy grail for the coronavirus, for the COVID virus, is that there's one institution that's working on one single vaccine for all the coronaviruses. The implications for
One
this
more
are
minute.
huge. So basically, this is what we do. If you have any questions, then maybe we take it at the end, isn't it?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Padayachi. Thank you for sharing the info. Okay, we'll next the second presenter is Dr. Prof. This is our video recording. Okay.
Hi, my name is Sydney and I'm going to be presenting on tongue flicking, an idiosyncratic displacement behavior in an urban dwelling provision population of stone-handling Balinese long-tailed macaques. Before I start talking about tongue flicking specifically, I want to talk a bit about abnormal behaviors. Abnormal behaviors are most often seen in captive populations and are often recognized due to the fact that they're not seen in the free-living counterparts of a species. Abnormal behaviors may be the result of an inverse or an adverse environment, or the result of potentially trying to cope with that adverse environment. For this reason, abnormal behaviors are often used as a measure for welfare for captive species. There are specific types of abnormal behaviors such as motor stereotypies, which I will show in this video. You can see in the video the elephant is rocking back and forth. This might be due to their space constraint or improper weather in the area that they're being held. And we also see that with certain species, they are more prone to demonstrate some of these behaviors, such as large carnivores, as the polar bear pictured here, because they typically have very large home ranges and they're not able to express that behavior in captivity. However, it is the case that abnormal behaviors, if they are helping to cope with adverse situations, are they actually problematic? Do they actually indicate a state of negative welfare? These are the ongoing debates regarding these behaviors. So being able to identify the potential occurrence of abnormal or even stereotypic behaviors in non-captive populations will help us start to isolate that. Displacement behaviors are not considered to be abnormal behaviors. However, they are typical behaviors that occur at atypical times. For example, self-scratching is one of the most commonly recognized displacement behaviors, and they tend to occur during times of high stress or following an agonistic interaction. Displacement behaviors also occur in between behaviors and serve as behavioral transitions. So again, these behaviors are not considered to be abnormal as a category because we see them in both captive and non-captive populations, but by definition they are typical behaviors that occur at atypical times. In this video, this individual had just engaged in an agonistic interaction and is now engaging in multiple self-directed instances of scratching and rubbing, as well as the tongue flicking behavior that I will speak more to in a moment. captive populations, I want to exemplify this by talking about the one example that I have read about stereotypic behaviors in wild marine carnivores. In this study, the authors noted that the wild lemon sharks started to learn the sounds of the boats coming for the provisioning that they would do to increase tourists to come to the area for the live shark feedings. And so when the sharks would hear the boats coming, they started to swim in a stereotypic manner. So in this instance, we can see how provisioning specifically might impact the behavior of these wild animals into something that we would consider an abnormal behavior in captive populations. For the population I specifically focused on in Ubud, Bali, Indonesia at the Sacred Monkey Forest, there are a lot of different types of interactions, including staff-macaque interactions. The macaques are provisioned 5 times a day, so ample amount of time to interact with the staff. The staff are also responsible for ensuring that the macaques do not hurt the tourists who are visiting. There are also tourist macaque interactions, and while they typically do not feed the macaques of this population, they might pick up some corn from one of the provisioning sites and try to feed the macaques. Previous research has demonstrated that all these types of interactions might lead to higher rates of agonistic interactions between the macaques and humans, and even between the macaques themselves. There's also a lot of macaques in this area. It's a highly densely populated area. It's in the city of Ubud, so there are urban dwelling, like I said, and due to provisioning, they're able to reproduce quite rapidly. So all of these different conditions are considerably the same types of constraints that we see in captive populations. The behavior that I want to really focus on today and share with you is the tongue flicking behavior performed by this individual in the back. You can see he's sticking his tongue out of his mouth and flicks it up and down like a snake would before returning his tongue completely back into his mouth. So it's not just one instance of the tongue going out, but it's this repetitive snake-like motion. Like I said, an atypical occurrence isn't enough to identify the behavior as abnormal completely, but it's enough to start returning to our ethological roots and begin investigating this behavior to try to understand what is occurring. I collected data at the Sacred Monkey Forest in Ubud, Bali, Indonesia in 2018 as part of a larger study investigating the culturally transmitted behavior of stone handling. The fact that these animals engage in stone handling is relevant as it is another culturally transmitted behavior, indicating that this population is already engaging in somewhat unique behaviors, and while we do not know the entire reason for stone handling, it does appear to be quite playful. It could be indicative of cultural methods of coping or culturally transmitted methods of coping in this population. So I was there collecting data on that behavior. I focaled about 27 individually male and female subjects and specifically collected 10 hours of data on MJ, the subadult male who's focused in all these videos. Data were all then scored using Boris to do so, using a basic behavioral ethogram. Of the 27 individually focaled individuals, MJ was the only individual to perform tongue flicking to my knowledge. There are 175 bouts of tongue flicking with an average number of about 9 per 25-minute focal sample, and each individual bout was approximately 1 to 2 seconds in length, so multiple bouts across 25 minutes, but they were very short. We also can see that the highest rate of tongue flicking occurred during periods of resting, so when the individual was just sitting there and MJ was sitting, not engaging in any other behaviors such as grooming, sex, play, or even self-grooming. We also see a lot of the tongue flicking bouts occurring during these provisioning moments, so when they're sitting there either watching the staff hand out the food or eating the food themselves. We also wanted to know where, temporally speaking, tongue flicking lay in a response to or corresponding to agonistic interactions, self-directed interactions, staff monkey interactions, and tourist monkey interactions, because like I've already emphasized, these are some of the key components of displacement and abnormal behavior. So in an attempt to understand how tongue flicking relates to those categories, we wanted to understand, does tongue flicking occur often before, between, during, or after these other common behaviors. So for example, for agonistic interactions, we scored 42 instances of agonistic interactions, including when MJ was an initiator, recipient, or bystander, so any form. And we found that tongue flicking occurred most often between those agonistic interactions. The same was true for self-directed behaviors or other commonly recognized displacement behaviors such as yawns, self-grooms, rubs, and scratches. There were 332 instances of self-directed behaviors, and most of the tongue flicking occurred in between these different instances of self-directed behaviors. While abnormal and stereotypic behavior tend to be pretty repetitive and lack a lot of structural variability, especially for the sake of stereotypic behavior, we did notice slight variations, such as the transition directly from a tongue flicking to a yawn was the other variation we noted in the performance of tongue flicking, still all by MJ. The temporal relationship between agonistic interactions, vigilance during provisioning, and self-directed behaviors in tongue flicking suggests that tongue flicking may be a form of displacement behavior. As previously mentioned, displacement behaviors are used as proxies for negative affective states. In other words, the tongue flicking fits the profile of a displacement behavior, but whether or not it's abnormal is actually less about the behavior and more about how we as humans are deciding to categorize abnormality. If abnormal behaviors are indicative of negative welfare, tongue flicking may be a manifestation, an idiosyncratic one, or a proxy of negative states for MJ. It might be a idiosyncratic coping mechanism, like I previously mentioned, abnormal behaviors may be coping mechanisms for the lack of control associated with his environment due to the provisioning, due to the macaque-human interactions and macaque-macaque interactions. But by describing this potential abnormality, like, right, why does this matter? Why does one idiosyncratic behavior performed by one monkey out of 1,000 monkeys in one location matter? Well, by describing it in a population of non-captive primates that engage in another culturally transmitted behavior, such as stone hailing, we can actually isolate environmental conditions that facilitate the emergence of these behaviors in both captive and non-captive animals. We can also better understand the welfare implications of macaque-focused tourist attractions and mitigate the potentially harmful effects of ecotourism while maintaining positive relationships between macaques and humans they share space with. I want to say thank you to my committee members, colleagues, and funding agencies that allowed me to pursue this seemingly really weird behavior. Thank you so much for listening.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Sydney Chatov. We move to third presenter, Dr. Jayashree Masunder. This is video recording also? Yeah.
Hi, my name is Jayashree and I welcome you to my presentation, which is entitled as the ecology and the tool used in Equava long-tail macaques. So I'll be taking you, see, really what I did and how ecology is affecting the tool use behavior. Now, first thing, what you need to understand, what my name is Jayashree and I welcome you to my presentation, which is entitled as the ecology and the tool used in Equava long-tail macaques. So I'll be taking you, see, really what I did and how ecology is affecting the tool use behavior. Now, first thing, what you need to understand what my PhD was. My PhD was trying to investigate the factors that were influencing the evolution of tools and tool technology. Now, this is the typical picture of human evolution, and we see, man being formed from a very ape-like structure, but this is not what I want you to focus. I want you to see the evolutionary changes of the tools and how tools have changed from one stage to another. Now, this is what I want to understand. How is this evolution happening and what factors could be influencing it? Now, for my study, I have chosen the Nicobar long-tail macaques, and these macaques are found in actually 3 different islands, but for my study purpose and because of COVID, I could only do the study in 2 different islands, that is the Kachal and the Great Nicobar Island. Now, for my study, I had to specifically focus the tool use behavior and have used focal animal sampling and scan animal sampling. For collecting the data, I have used the software which is known as Handbase, and I have used SPSS to do the type of analysis which was mostly descriptive. Now let me show you the research findings. What did I find, what it tells about, and how it is done. So first of all, what did I find? Did I find Nicobar long-tail macaques to use tools? Then yes, they do manipulate objects and they do use tools in 8 different forms and in 6 different behavioral contexts. Now what is important over here to notice is that Nicobar long-tail macaques do not use tools or manipulate objects only for foraging behavior. There are other behaviors also which is equally important for us to understand how object manipulation and tool use could be happening in a non-human primate species. Now you must be wondering that Nicobar long-tail macaques, unlike the long-tail macaques which is found in Thailand, do not use stone tools. Now let me show you a brief photographic view of how the island actually looks like. These are the beaches or the coastal regions of Nicobar Islands. And this is what is found in Thailand. So as you can see, the beach or the coastline is very different from that which is present in Thailand, and so as the food sources. Secondly, does this mean that Nicobar Islands is totally devoid of rocks? Then the answer is no. You do find rocks, but these rocks are very different. It is not as strong as the ones which is found in Thailand. In fact, 70% of the area is mostly consisting of the marine sedimentary rocks, which is considered to be brittle, and it's not that strong to do the type of activities that the Thailand macaques are doing. What could be the other factors? Is there any kind of vegetative changes? And why am I talking about these vegetative changes? Now, the first thing which you have to understand is that when I talk about the tool use behavior, I have mentioned that those type of object manipulation and tool use was found only in Great Nicobar. But I did a study in 2 different islands. Now, this is what I want you to focus. Then why am I reporting only for one island? That is because only one island and only one group was showing this object manipulating and tool use behavior. So that's why I wanted to do further study. What could be influencing it? Is it just the ecology, meaning the soil type, the type of rocks, or the vegetation? For this, I had selected 10 different plant species, and I carefully selected this 10 different plant species after doing a systematic analysis of the previous reports, as well as seeing the foraging behavior. And I also took into consideration that these plants are present in both the islands. And after doing the line survey and doing the entire ecological or vegetative cover survey, what I found is that the vegetation, even when the same types of plants are present, the frequency is very different. And this is the pictorial representation, and you can see the species of plants vary a lot between both the islands. In Great Nicobar, you can see that the amount of coconut production was considerably less than the ones which is found in Kachal, and that's why the type of food that was being monopolized in that particular island was also different. Now, since coconut was not densely or abundantly found in Great Nicobar Islands, the macaques in this particular island, they had to come up with their own methods to extract the most from a single coconut, and that's why they used the pounding and the rolling substrate, which was totally absent when it came to the Kachal macaques. So, what are my findings from my study? What I found out first was that Nicobar long-tail macaques do use tools and they do manipulate objects. And these type of behaviors, it can be found in 8 different forms and in 6 different behavioral contexts. The type of things which they manipulated or they used as tools were the simple things like the leaves, sticks, anything which was found close at hand and easily manipulatable. That means they were not having any any specifications when they were selecting the thing. If they knew that this thing can be manipulated further, they just went ahead. When it came to the use of the pounding substrate, yes, there was a trial and error method. When they had tried on one particular substrate, when it did not work or it failed, they went to another substrate. And ecology had a very significant effect when it came to the foraging behavior or their object manipulating behavior, which means totally ecology was playing a very vital role when it came to their behavioral adaptation. For my study, I'm immensely grateful to the following people, starting from my PhD supervisor, Dr. Stefano Caparu, who has been a guide as well as colleague to me, my ISER HSS department, who have been so helpful as well as comforting to me because there are so many ups and downs during my PhD. I cannot forget my field rangers as well as the forest department, the local people, my own research team, and Pondicherry University people who had given me a place to stay when I went to Port Blair. I would also take this opportunity to thank the granting bodies who have graciously funded my research, starting from my home institute, then the IPS, the Leca Foundation, Fulbright, as well as IUCN, who had given me an honorarium during my work as a student representative, and Indian Science Festival, who had given recognition to my work. From my work, I have 3 publications and 1 forthcoming book chapter, and I'm working on the other 2. Apart from this, I have prepared this children book which is freely available to across the globe and on Kindle, so I'd like you all to explore it and give your comments on it. And thank you for listening to me so patiently, and I'm open to take questions.
Thank you, Dr. Jayasri Muasundar. The next presentation is from Professor Mitarti Dia Artaria. Please, video recording.
Azakania Brianto, and I'm here today with my 2 co-authors, Saif Muhammad Alaidrus and Rizky Miftahur Rahma, to present our original research titled Students' Attitudes to Primates, Long-Tailed Macaque Conservation Efforts Through Primatology course. This research is supervised by Professor Mirtati Dia Artaria, part of Department of Anthropology, Universitas Airlangga.
I'm Rizky, and our presentation outline for today are for the first, introduction, second, materials and method, third, result, fourth, discussion, fifth, conclusion, and the last is question and answer. And for introduction, Macaca fascicularis is native of South Asian tropical forest, widely spread across Indonesia. Their ecological roles are seeding with plants, aiding plant conservation, and controlling the insect population. On March 2022, the long-tailed macaques conservation status shifted from discontinued to endangered. This drastic change is caused by human action. For example, land use, poaching, illegal animal trade, and agricultural activities. And the socio-cultural factors is the ongoing human-macaques conflict. For example, perceiving macaques as a nuisance, food stealers, and crop raiders. Conservation of long-tailed macaques in Indonesia is closely related to the local community and their beliefs. Primatology course is an example of a formal education institution's effort to raise awareness and knowledge of primate, exposing such a topic to students and youths. And for the aim is explore the students' knowledge and attitude towards primate, primatology, and primate conservation to evaluate the development of primatology in Indonesia. And the next is materials and method. This preliminary study employed descriptive qualitative approach by conducting in-depth interview with 10 existing and qualified informants. For the qualification is active anthropology students, arranged for batch 2019 until 2022. And the recorded interviews were transcribed, analyzed, and sorted into multiple subchapters. Then they are reviewed with existing theories and work of literature.
Continuing, aim is to know students' primate knowledge. We found that all informants can describe their general knowledge regarding Macaques fascicularis. They also have never had close contact or resource overlaps with Macaques fascicularis, and only one informant is particularly interested in conservation efforts. 9 out of 10 informants did not know that this species is classified as endangered by IUCN Red List. Only 3 out of 10 students realized that the population is rapidly declining, and on the contrary, one informant is not aware of the decline. Between culture, religion, and conservation, we have 4 main points here. The first one is topeng monyet. Topeng monyet is a traditional form of entertainment in Indonesia, and it has been prohibited by various regulations. 3 out of 10 informants informed that the show is still around in their area. The second one is Balinese Hindu culture and beliefs. One informant is a Balinese Hindu, and he mentions that long-tailed macaque is significant in his culture. This results in a lot of pura or temples acting as a habitat or conservation for said species. The third one is wayang. One informant mentions that in wayang, a culture of Java, there is this character whose appearance is macaque-like and is an important character in the play. The fourth one being Sacred Temple. 2 informants from Malang, East Java, recalled that there is a famous temple where people will go to seek fortune. The forest is inhabited by Macaques fascicularis. The next result is the importance of primatology. Out of the 10 students we have interviewed, 3 students are not interested in the primate. Students are not sure whether they want to, and 4 students are interested in taking the course. 1 student has taken the course, and while we received various answers regarding their interest, informants agreed that primatology is important and that general knowledge regarding macaques is needed for the general public.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Saif Muhammad Alaidrus, and I will present the discussion. First is culture and conservation. Long-tailed macaques are an integral part of Indonesian culture. Since most of the time, when asked about this species, people would immediately think of topeng monyet. It is a well-known form of traditional entertainment in Indonesia, where humans train long-tailed macaques to do some entertaining attractions, such as imitating human behaviors. Recently, topeng monyet has been prohibited by various local regulations, as it is seen as exploitative and often results in animal abuse. Even so, our interviews showed that 3 out of 10 informants said that they still see topeng monyet in their area. And then, informant 2 is a Balinese Hindu. He acknowledges that long-tailed macaques is significant in his culture. For example, Hanuman, a white long-tailed macaque, is a prominent figure in Ramayana, which is one of the 2 important epics of Hinduism. These 2 epics, which are the Ramayana and Mahabharata, can also be seen in wayang, a traditional shadow puppet theater play where it retells the local adaptations of both Hinduism epics. Wayang is an acculturation of Javanese Hinduism, Buddhism, and Islam, and it was used to familiarize the locals with Islamic teaching without discarding Java's pre-existing cultures and religions. Hanuman is an important figure in both Balinese and Javanese culture. Then the third, seeking fortune by supernatural means is a common practice for traditional Javanese people. In Malang, East Java, a temple is known for its fortune seeking, and it also houses Macaques fascicularis, where there is an unspoken rule of not harming them because they are also sacred beings. Our results showed that cultural influence actually plays a huge part in long-tailed macaque conservation. It is evident in Balinese and Javanese cultures that harming macaques is strictly prohibited. Next, we will discuss about the students' interest and the importance of primatology. From the results, it is clear that anthropology students of Universitas Airlangga are not familiar enough with Macaca fascicularis' status of being endangered. This can be pinned down to their lack of interest both in primates itself and the primatology course. Informants who are not interested in the course have never had close contact or resource overlaps with non-human primates, especially long-tailed macaques. In fact, all of our informants' interaction with Macaca fascicularis is limited only to seeing topeng monyet and seeing them at temples, which are both not that frequent except for informant 2. Their lives have not been impacted directly by macaques' existence, hence why we propose that this fact explains their indifference. Primatology is an elective course offered in the Department of Anthropology, Universitas Airlangga. Based on the results, the students who are unsure and uninterested explain that they don't know what the course offers. Aside from the lack of interest, several informants did not know that the primatology course can be taken by sociocultural anthropology students. Initially, they thought that this course is only available for biological anthropology students. Based on the research, we can conclude that long-tailed macaque conservation awareness is urgently needed, especially considering their loss in number and their endangered status in recent years. Youth, including students, are one of the most important components in shaping the future and ensuring the preservation of the environment, including its beings, such as the long-tailed macaque themselves. We recommend that basic primatology knowledge is needed, and it needs to be grounded in the general public, especially for anthropology students. Since the study of long-tailed macaque conservation relies on the basic knowledge of primates as well, primatology can be considered as an effective measure to educate and raise awareness to the public.
Okay, thank you, Rizky and Saif, and that is all we have to present today due to limited time. And if anyone has questions, we would be glad to answer them on plenary session. These are some of the references we used while making this research. And thank you everyone for listening and for paying attention to our presentation.
Thank you, Professor Mitarti and team. And now I invite Dr. Jeffrey.
Hello, do you hear me?
Dr. Jeffrey?
Okay, I'll go ahead and share my screen.
Okay, please.
Let's see.
You have 10 minutes presentation.
Okay. Well, good morning. I'm happy to have this opportunity to speak with you on a long-going collaboration between the California National Primate Research Center in Davis, California, and the National Primate Research Center of Thailand. And I just would acknowledge my co-authors here, Joanne Yi, Kun Van Rompuy, and Dr. Shusinda, who's the director of the National Primate Center in Thailand. I'm the associate director of the California National Primate Research Center in Davis, California. On the left-hand side here, you see an aerial view of our campus. It's about 300 acres with 24 half-acre corrals. And our primary species is rhesus macaque, although we have a few long-tail macaques as well. We're part of the National Primate Center's program in the US, which you can see the different sites mentioned here. As Randy mentioned before, he's associated with the Washington Primate Center in Seattle, and we're located in California. The research program at the Primate Center covers a wide variety of areas, but in terms of infectious disease, these are the 7 primary agents that we're working with some of them long-term, such as HIV, SIV, and the most recent being SARS-CoV-2. With the National Primate Research Center of Thailand, which you are probably all very familiar with, we established a relationship with Dr. Sushinda back in 2017, and really impressed by what is essentially the newest primate center in the world. The MPRC Thailand is part of Chulalongkorn University and has excellent resources in terms of research and testing, their information center, and then their breeding program. This is an aerial view or aerial drawing, I guess, of the MPRC campus. And it's one of the few primate centers in ASEAN that's ALAC accredited, is GOP certified, and just recently installed an ABSL3 laboratory for the vaccine work. The buildings shown on the left-hand side of this picture are existing ones with planned construction shown over on the right-hand side. The National Primate Research Center of Thailand has been doing research in pharmaceutical products since 2018, a variety of areas, drugs, vaccines, and biosimilars, and most notably recently work on COVID-19 vaccines, as well as other vaccine development. Our relationship really developed in 2017 with an advisory role. Here's Professor Sushinda, one of my collaborators, Joanne Yee, and myself at one of our early meetings where we established a really mutually beneficial relationship with the center. And one of the areas of international collaboration has been on surveys for tuberculosis and later, of course, SARS-CoV-2. We've had a long-term interest in the challenges of TB detection, dealing with both false positives and false negatives, positive population to determine sensitivity and specificity, which is exceedingly important, and improving diagnostics for both captive and free-ranging populations. And then now with the advent of SARS-CoV-2, facing the same challenges with this viral infection. The area that we have been working on at Davis, Joanne Yee and Kuhn, myself, have been working on refinement of interferon gamma release assay to take the reaction of the tuberculosis antigen with the immune cells, which when you do a TB skin test produces a bleb with induration and erythema. But if you can take a blood test and run the assay in vitro, you're able to detect production of gamma interferon very easily outside the animal or the human. It works in both species and is an improved diagnostic method. We began working with Dr. Sushinda and looking at issues with overpopulation of cynomolgus macaques in Thailand. And this slide provided by her shows some of the areas where with food provisioning, you have these large concentration of primates. And the map on the right-hand side just shows some of the study sites going from 17 degrees north down to 6 degrees south, and looking at some of the populations that are of concern to the government and in sometimes local communities. This also has resulted in certain areas with human macaque conflict. And once again, this is a slide provided by Sushinda showing the results of interaction either with tourists or individuals in some of the larger population densities. Another concern has been looking at the potential for infectious diseases where there's increased contact between monkeys and humans in these urban areas, looking at issues of tuberculosis, malaria, herpes B virus, and SARS-CoV-2. And Thailand is one of the top highest TB burden countries, and they have a national strategy to end TB through public health measures, but also hopefully preventative measures, and looking for a reduction in TB deaths, and also concerns about the transfer or spillover of tuberculosis from humans to macaques and macaques to humans. And the dominant assays that have been used are tuberculin skin test, PCR, which is very sensitive, but very difficult to get appropriate samples, chest x-ray, and then we've been focusing in on development of in-house IGRA, the gamma interferon assays, and also antibody assays, which are also useful. And let's see, sorry, skip slide there. And so we've been able to collaborate with the MPRCT and staff from Chulalongkorn University in field studies, looking at macaque populations, taking blood samples, and looking for indications of positive TB status. And one of the things that has really come out of these studies is the fact that there is no gold standard test that can be used to detect tuberculosis, that it's really a combination of looking at cell-mediated immunity with the IGRA and tuberculin skin test, actual detection of the agent through PCR and culture, and then antibody response. But all these tests can vary over the lifetime of infection. And one of the important things is that there's many individuals, both at California and at the National Primate Research Center of Thailand, such as this PhD student here, working to refine the assays and improve diagnosis. This is just a slide of work by Sushinda and her collaborators, showing I think over 20 sites where they've sampled over 1,500 monkeys looking at tuberculosis status. And this is both rhesus and long-tail macaques. And this is just one of the publications that has developed from this work with centers both in the United States and in Thailand. This is an algorithm that was developed by Joanne Yee to test over 4,000 monkeys at the Davis Primate Center. And we've been working with Sushinda and her staff on looking at the epidemiology of SARS-CoV-2 in rhesus and Macaque fascicularis with PCR, and hope to be looking at antibody in the near future. This collaboration has extended to having international webinars. This is one that was presented in March with presentations by staff from both Davis, California, and Bangkok. And this last slide just shows some of the other areas that we're working on through the UC Davis One Health Institute with projects in Myanmar, the Skywalker Gibbon Project, and looking at exposure of peri-urban primates to human pathogenic arboviruses. And I'll be happy to answer any questions in the discussion session later on.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Jeffrey, for the presentation. Now we have the last presenter, Dr. Riz Manuel R. Modina. This is video recording.
Hey, good morning, everyone. I am Riz Manuel R. Modina, and I will be presenting our study entitled Conflicts in Human-Modified Habitats of Long-tail Macaques in Selected Tourist Areas of the Philippines. This study is part of a bigger program, the Humane Interface Program, and these are the proponents of this project. So what are long-tailed macaques? These are highly adaptive primate species, and these are widespread in the Philippines. but it has very limited field studies in the country. And just recently, the macaques are considered endangered by the IUCN, mainly due to hunting, culling, habitat disruption, and conflicts with humans. And in the country, most of the studies are focused in captive individuals, while studies in their natural habitats are heavily lacking. So there are existing problems with long-tail macaques in Philippines. So there are latest reports of human macaque conflicts in the Philippines. You can see here in some of the news reported in the country. These problems include damages to the harvest of farmers, aggressive attacks on local tourists, and persecution of monkeys. So why we conducted the study? Through habitat modifications, illegal wildlife trading, and limited knowledge regarding macaques have resulted to the high contact and interface between the long-tailed macaques and humans. Therefore, it is important to study and understand the cause and effect of these events in a locality. So the specific objectives are to identify existing forms of human-macaque conflict and identify conflict-associated factors. So how did we come up with our results? So we conducted survey using pre-tested survey questionnaires with the use of open data kit. And we also conducted key-informed interviews and focus group discussions. And to provide spatial illustrations on where the conflict occurred in the community, we used QGIS. And our data was analyzed using SPSS software. This is our study site, one in Hindang, Leyte, and another in Makilala, North Cotabato. Both uses long-tailed macaques as one of their attraction in their tourism. These are our results. Between Makilala and Hindang, Makilala recorded the highest conflict compared to Hindang. This is partly due to the cohabitation of long-tailed macaques in the community, as you can see in this picture. This cohabitation is due to the religious sect which is dominant in Makilala, North Cotabato, specifically the Moncadista. So this religious sect regards the long-tailed macaques as sacred, meaning macaques are part of their culture and religion. So the study reported 4 major conflicts in these study areas. One is harassed or attacked by the monkey, damage to property, theft in the form of foraging, and crop raid. In Hindang, highest is the crop raid, while in Makilala is theft and damage to property. You can see here the map of Hindang. So this green area here is the Mount Bontoc. This is the natural habitat of long-tailed macaques, but there are troops that frequent these areas. This area is the tourism area where feeding of monkeys are practiced. So that is why you can see the theft, harass, or attack and property damage conflicts occur mainly in these areas where the macaques are being fed. While for crop raiding, you can see that the natural habitat of the macaques are surrounded by croplands or farms. That is why you can see that around the Mount Bontoc, you can see the crop raiding. So by the way, Mount Bontoc is a fragmented karst forest. But in Makilala, North Cotabato, you can see that almost all of the conflict occurred within the community. For example, the theft incidents, attack or harassed by the monkey and damage to property. Again, since there are monkeys or troops of monkeys that are already cohabitated with the community. Well, crop trading mainly put in farms or farms surrounding the community. Although there are records that the bucket farms of the community are also traded by the monkeys. So let's take a closer look at the harassment attack. So when it comes to the context of occurrence prior to attack, provoking and passing by is the highest. So meaning macaques attack the respondents after they provoked or just by merely passing by. So to mitigate this conflict, many just avoid the monkeys or in Makilala, many adjusted to the presence of macaques since again they are part of religion to the community. For property damage, you can see that Makilala recorded the highest um, occurrence of property damage, mainly in the garden and roof, since again many of the macaques already habitating with the community. They spend a lot of time in the houses of the community. To mitigate this practice for property damage, many use shouting, slingshot, and throwing stones, and many also um, adjusted to the presence of the macaques and community. So theft is in the form of foraging. So actually, this is in the human context we call it theft, but for the monkeys they just forage for food. So you can see here that reported theft is highest for food items compared to other items. So to mitigate this theft in Makilala, mainly they adjusted with the presence of the crabs. And in Hinda, there are just a few reported incidents and many did nothing or also adjusted. And the crop trading in Hinda, most are crops from the farms, while in Makilala, these are from backyard farms. So when it comes to the cost, highest is in Hinda, which is about 5,000. Since again these crops are from the farms, while in Makilala, below 1,000, since the crops are mainly just backyard farms. So to mitigate the crop trading conflict, many did nothing, but in Makilala, many chased the monkeys away or to guard their farms, and as well as shouting, slingshot, and throwing stones. These are pictures showing how the community in Makilala adjusted with the presence of the macaques in the community. So they used screens in their windows, doors, and etc. So these are factors associated with conflicts. So when it comes to distance, the nearer the community is to the presence of the monkey, the higher the conflict is. Positive attitude means high incidence of conflict. This is really due to complacency of the community, since again macaques already cohabitated with monkeys, but they forget that still these macaques are wild animals. And religion, mainly the Monkeyista, since again they consider monkeys as or macaques as sacred. And monkey dwelling and interaction with monkeys causes higher incidence of conflict. So in conclusion, understanding the conflict situations will be integral for policy making and conservation of the macaques. And knowing the factors that led to these conflicts will be useful for formulating mitigation measures for the benefit of both the long-tail macaques and the community. Okay, thank you. That's it for my presentation.
Okay. Dr. Riz Manuel R. Modina. We have one question for Dr. Jayasri. The question is, do you have experience of observing a monkey with phytophthora caused by foraging trees, coconut hues, coconut hugs? Oh, this, yeah. Can you answer that question, Dr. Jayasri? Are you still there, Dr. Jayasri? Hello? Dr. Jayasri, are you still there? No? Okay. The second question for Dr. Robert. Dr. Robert?
Right.
Can you-
Yeah, so that's a good question. When we would detect, have a positive TB test, whether it's a skin test or IGRA test in a captive colony, we'll do confirmatory tests, monitor the animal, retest in 2 weeks, isolate it from the rest of the population, because if it is a true positive, then it represents a risk to the rest of the colony, because it could be spread to other animals or to personnel. As false positives, that's part of the challenge to define that. And, so when we test an animal and we get a positive skin test, sometimes it's the result of a poor technique for doing the skin test. Sometimes we find out, on further diagnosis, that maybe the animal's been exposed to a different type of mycobacteria and not tuberculosis itself or Mycobacteria bovis. As far as PCR, like I said, it's a very sensitive test, but you're really getting the proper sample and getting the sample at the right time is the challenge. It would be bronchoalveolar lavage, throat cultures. There's other tissues you can sample, but once again, it's a sensitive test in many ways, but it's not the most effective test, because there are many times you're not going to be able to pick up the organism itself, particularly if it's a relatively new case. I hope that answers your question.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Roberts. Thank you for all presenter. Thank you for sharing the topics. So we close this session with big applause for presenter, participants, and committee. Okay. Okay, I give back this agenda to Mbak Fitri. Thank you.
Thank you. Oral presentation with our online presenter. Well, the next agenda is a photo sessions for the online guest moderator, participants, and committees. Please activate your cameras so our committees could take the picture. Thank you.
Okay, everyone, I'm going to take a picture
Please
for
turn
the
on your
online
camera.
session. We're still waiting for others to turn on the camera because I just see one screen here, which actually there are two screens, but some people haven't turned on the
Okay.
camera. So, okay, maybe we can start to take the picture now. Let me count. 1, 2, 3. Okay. And then the second screen, 1, 2, 3. Okay, that's nice. Thank you everyone for turning on the camera.
come back to the Zoom meeting room at 1 p.m. Indonesia time, and we will continue to the next part of the conference. For the offline participants who wants to pray after lunch, kindly take your time and then please come back to this room before 1:30 p.m. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the International Conference on Long-tailed Macaque, getting to know their current status and role in environment and One Health. Shall we continue? Okay, we are now going to listen to the poster presentations, and then the first poster presentation is from Rosid Ridho from Primate Study Program, Graduate School, IPB University. Is Rosid already here?
Yes. But can
Okay.
you hear me?
Please present your poster. You have 5 minutes to present your poster.
All right, thank you. It says I want to share for my poster or the committee to help me. Okay, let me share if the committee not share my poster. Wait a minute, please. All right, I hope my poster is appear in the screen to everyone in the Zoom virtual. Okay, let me start this presentation. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for Dr. Huda Darusman for giving me opportunity to present this study. And also all the committees of this international conference really great and all the audience or participants. I hope all stay safe, stay healthy. Today, I would like to present the study with the title of stereotype and abnormal behavior in long-tail captive towards good environmental arrangement for its sustainability. Uh, I'm on Rashid Al Hakim from IPB University and also my supervisor in at the university in at Universitas of Jenderal Sudirman, all from Indonesia. And let's start about this presentation. First, we know the stereotypical and abnormal behavior exhibited by long-tailed macaques has attracted the attention of behavioral researchers. They generally express stereotyped and abnormal behavior. Sorry, I don't state that. And due to many factors, although generally found in captivity or the lab, it can also occur in the natural environment. So, this objective or this research is this study aims to review several scientific articles on stereotypical and abnormal behavior in Macaca fascicularis, or called MF, given the narrow focus and the species as well as the for environmental enrichment condition. And for the introduction, we know the abnormal behavior or stereotype commonly called is, and this appeared first in 1966 in Marmoset, and as well as for the several years ago, as well as the scientific outcomes for experimental research, this species Macaca fascicularis also reported found the abnormal behavior or stereotype behavior or something like that. So unfortunately, a very limited publication, very limited scientific publication reported about this phenomenon, about this abnormal behavior or stereotypic behavior in long-tailed macaque. So regarding to the IUCN status today, this species is currently endangered. So the related scientific publication about the stereotypic and abnormal behavior in this species is very important to determine how the factors that impacted for that behavior. So this is important things to the context in animal welfare as well as for sustainability capture. So this paper, to try to review, I'm repeated again. And for the methodology, we use the conducting the statistical analysis based on the binary review method, as well as the conducting from a web-based survey. And for the phases, including the literature study, title selection, abstract screening, full text reading, and also the mini review conducted. We use the published or Paris software, version 8, and we conducted the inclusive criteria as well as the exclusive criteria, and we can see in the screen together. Also, we use the keywords within the Boolean rules in this poster. You can see together. And the video review result was categorized as the following parameters, such as outdoor and indoor publication, and the behavioral types and origin of form of success of these species. So the exhibiting of stereotype and abnormal behavior was categorized as ethogram locomotive or motor stereotype, as well as self-directed behavior and appetitive behavior. This category is based on the Lutz et al. And we also try to determine the highest percentage of the frequency of the study related to stereotype and abnormal behavior. And this study also ignored the sex and gender, because the study only reported what types of exhibiting the stereotype and abnormal behavior. So for the data analysis, we conduct about the correlation test. This is related to the year of publication and how many individuals was used in that research. And then we use the regression analysis for determine the probability or stereotype or abnormal behavior exhibited in the long-term macaque, as well as for the related the study aims or purpose of the research study. And this is about the result. Our result, based on the table 1, we found at least 9 scientific publication related for the stereotypic and abnormal behavior. And the commonly stereotype and abnormal behavior types is the locomotive behavior, as well as for only one publication reported about the appetitive behavior. This is very interesting, because the commonly exhibit the abnormal behavior in long-term macaque is the locomotive behavior. And we try to determine the correlation between the year of publication and the total individuals have used in the research, as well as in the figure 1, we can see together the total individual was increased significantly in between range 2015 until to 2020. At least this is regarding for several scientific research. I don't think this good for the study, because
One more minute,
yes,
proceed,
thank you,
please.
because we only report about the stereotypic and abnormal behavior. And for the regression test, we showed that significantly different between stereotype and abnormal behavior type. That's with probably every single research, every single study, at least exhibit one of the stereotype or abnormal behavior, such as locomotive or appetitive behavior or something like that. So the most factor for this condition, based on the 9 scientific publications, all the scientific publication also reported for the finishing, for the processing, for the pre-processing research, also stimulating the environment engagement. This is a very important thing, because to provide the comfortable opportunities for animal according to the subject in the treatment and the research provided, as well as the prioritizing animal welfare and supporting research success. This study also the preliminary study, because very limited publication about stereotype and abnormal behavior appear in or exhibited in long-term macaque. I think that's all. This is several reference that cited. Thank you so much. I'm apologize for any mistakes. We back to moderator. Thank you so much.
Interesting poster presentations about stereotype and abnormal behavior in long-tail macaque in captivity. The second poster presentation is from Dr. Fanny Bortcombe. He or she is from University of Leeds, primatology research, and then we already have the presentations, and then our committee will play the video. Please.
White dots. They also occupy diverse habitat types with different degree of proximity. Hello everybody, my name is Fanny Brodkorn. I'm a primatologist from University of Liège in Belgium. The goal of this poster presentation is to provide an overview of some key results of our research on long-tailed macaques in Bali we conduct in collaboration with Universitas Udayana. So I will briefly summarize the poster. Bali is an interesting study case to investigate the coexistence mechanisms between macaques and humans, but also to understand how macaques respond to anthropogenic pressures. Indeed, Balinese long-tailed macaques and humans have shared a long history of coexistence, and macaques are pretty well distributed throughout the island, as you can see on this map with the white dots. They also occupy diverse habitat types with different degree of proximity with humans. So we have two objectives for this presentation. First, to understand what drives conflictual situations. A key step is to assess which factors influence the well-known synanthropic or edge nature of the long-tailed macaque. Second, in an applied perspective, to find ethical solution promoting coexistence. We will share some lessons we learned from our study case on the sterilization campaigns at Ubud Monkey Forest. About the results, first fact, regarding the synanthropic nature, we confirm that habitat use, that is the daily ranging and sleeping site selection, was mainly driven by the availability of human food. Indeed, even in Bali Barat National Park, so a protected area with large forest available, macaques preferentially slept and ranged near human settlements and roadways, as you can see on this map, with the home range, sleeping sites in blue, and human settlements and roads in red. Moreover, this preference for forest edges was particularly strong during the tourist season, when human food was more available and natural food was scarce in the forest. So, as already demonstrated elsewhere, they shift their behavioral ecology strategy to exploit food left by humans when available, increasing therefore the proximity and the interactions with them. Second fact, this access to human food has actually clear consequences on demographics and behavior of the macaques. Indeed, by comparing 10 groups with different access to human food, we can see on the left graph that the group size here increased along with the consumption of human food. And by increasing birth rates and decreasing mortality, this can lead sometimes to high demographic density, and this contributes to increase the social tension amongst the macaques. As you can see on this graph, proportions of agonisms increased with the group density. And this is often associated also with a growing conflict with humans. So when facing local overpopulation situation, which is very specific and very local, management strategies are necessary, and sterilization campaigns may be one of them, if the goal is to control demographics. However, sterilizations may be useless if it's not properly implemented. So based on the sterilization program we implemented with stakeholders at Ubud Monkey Forest, we learned some key points, such as the necessity to actually model demographic trends before the intervention, and this in order to hope reaching a realistic objective. It's also important to adapt, essential to adapt the selected method of contraception to the species biology. And finally, it's crucial to monitor the effects of the intervention, of the sterilization, to assess its efficiency. So here is an illustration of the demographic modeling of the population at Ubud Monkey Forest. So where we targeted female sterilization throughout endoscopic tubectomy. So on the left graph, you have the scenario of the future trends of the population until 2050 without any further sterilization. And we can see that the population risks to grow again exponentially during the next decades. On the right side, on the contrary, we see that by sterilizing 50% of the adult females every 4 years, we could stop the growth, but without crashing the population, so reach a plateau, which is our objective. So based on this scenario, we can assess the intervention efforts needed. So how many females have to be sterilized to reach this objective? So in conclusion, sterilization is an ethical and relevant strategy to control the demographics of some specific populations suffering of high density, but it requires to be properly implemented and monitored. Moreover, an integrative approach is needed to promote coexistence, and definitely limiting access to human food when it's possible seems to be a very essential strategy, since food drives the proximity and the negative interactions between long-tailed macaques and people. Thank you very much for your attention. I will be happy to answer your question during the poster session. And thanks to all the collaborators.
Poster presentations from Dr. Fanny Broadcombe about human long-tailed macaques coexistence in the case of Bali. That's very interesting, Dr. Fanny. And then the third poster presentations will be present by students of St. Peter's School. And then this kind of a little bit special because the students would present their research maybe. Yeah, I can say that these students are the youngest researcher here. Okay, please welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rosemary Audrey Elena Haryanto. And my name is Bianca Iliniwono. We are high school students from St. Peter's School. And now we will show you a video that we've prepared.
The topic that I chose for my video is long-tailed macaques habitat destruction and how to save it from a student's perspective.
Macaques for humans. Our other friends will also do a presentation about their videos.
This video that we made was applied in St. Peter's School and guided by our teacher, Mr. Marudut Bernatua Simanjuntak.
Okay, let's watch the videos now.
Now we can continue.
Hello, everybody. My name is Fanny Broadcorn. I'm a primatologist from University of Liège in Belgium. To understand how macaques respond to anthropogenic pressures. Hello, everybody. My name is Fanny Broadcorn. I'm a primatologist from University of Liège in Belgium. The goal of this poster presentation is to provide an overview of some key results of our research on long-tailed macaques in Bali.
Hello everyone. Today I will be presenting how to prevent long-tailed macaques from going extinct.
This is one of our friends, Andrew Wijayasuriya. He will be presenting about how to prevent long-tailed macaques
As
from
for
growing.
introduction, this research aims to explain ways to prevent long-tailed macaques from going extinct, especially in the era where method used in this research is simple observation of ways to prevent long-tailed macaques from going extinct. Findings of this research are ways to prevent long-tailed macaques from going extinct. For the methods and applied research, the writer used qualitative research method in this paper. The writer also applied asking or interviewing experts on how to prevent long-tailed macaques from going extinct. In conclusion, from the findings of the research, we are successfully able to find out how to prevent of this research. Thank you for your attention.
Now let's move on to the next video.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Blanca Iulini from St. Peter's School, and now I will be presenting the topic about long-tailed macaques, habitat destruction, and how to save it from a student's perspective. Now let's move on to the introduction. This research aims to explain the habitat loss and destruction of long-tailed macaques and how us students can save and help endangered animals gestured. For the findings, there are many reasons why long-tailed macaques are decreasing, and one of the reasons are the loss of their habitat. Because of reasons like agriculture, which can benefit us but can also be the biggest threat for animals and the wildlife. Chopping down forests and converting wild grasslands to grow crops can risk 90% of animals, including long-tailed macaques. To prevent and to help maintain the species of macaques and its habitat, we can spread awareness by sharing on social media platforms, for example, Twitter, Instagram, or TikTok, which has been extremely popular right now. You can also sign petitions if we're old enough, and just generally talk to others about this issue. The methods used are the writers used qualitative research method in this paper. The writer applied by simply observing through countless news and data related to long-tailed macaque habitat destruction and how to save it from a student's perspective. The conclusions are macaques have been decreasing rapidly. We'll be able to save them from being endangered. What we expect from this presentation is for others to spread more awareness and play an active role in helping to save the long-tailed macaque's habitat. We hope that local citizens can take this issue much more seriously and to prevent any further damage to their habitats. Also, we expect zoos and animal sanctuaries to keep providing space for animals who are endangered. Now, these are all the references that I took for this presentation. Thank you all so much for listening, and I hope that this presentation can be useful to us all.
Okay, we have 2 more videos to show you. Let's move on to the next one.
Everyone, I'm Balokwan. I'm from St. Peter's School in Jakarta. Today I'm going to present the interactions of long-tailed macaques with humans. Introduction. The research aims to explain the interactions of long-tailed macaques with humans. In this study, the method used is a simple observation to see the interaction of long-tailed macaques with humans. Findings. In a study, it is said that long-tailed macaques are cautious and fearful. They ask for food to humans by using gestures and vocal calls. Their interactions with humans, other than asking for food, are grabbing, chasing, scratching, and biting. Methods and applied research. The writer used qualitative research method in this paper. The writer applied a simple observation on the interactions of long-tailed cautious and fearful. Interactions of long-tailed macaques are grabbing, chasing, scratching, and biting. These are the references that the writer used on this PowerPoint. Thank you for listening.
Now let's move on to the last video, and that's by Rosemary Eliana Hartanto.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rosemary Audrey Elena Haryanto, and now I'm going to do a presentation about the benefits of long-tailed macaques for humans. The research was applied in St. Peter's School, Jakarta. Let's get on with the introduction. This research aims to explain the benefits of long-tailed macaques for humans, especially in the recent development of survival for long-tailed macaques. And with the following research, the public can see the diversity of the monkey species and preserve them for many possibilities in the future. Let me tell you about our findings. Long-tailed macaques are the most common non-human primate that is used in biomedical research. This is due to their suitability as a model for high-priority diseases such as HIV, obesity, and cognitive aging. Long-tailed macaques cause effective breeding and housing compared to other NHPs, and long-tailed macaques form close relationship with humans. Now about our methods and applied researches. We used a qualitative research method for this paper. We also applied a simple environmental observation method to see the benefits of long-tailed macaques for humans. Now on with the conclusions. Long-tailed macaques have many advantages in science and in other fields. Long-tailed macaques are more effective in breeding and housing compared to other NHPs. Long-tailed macaques form a close relationship with humans. And with this study, people are able to know why long-tailed macaques are so important and why people should preserve them. These are the references that I based my presentation on. That is all for my presentation today. Hope you learned something from it, and thank you for listening.
Thank you for listening to our presentation. We would like to apologize for any of our mistakes, and I hope this video can be beneficial to us all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the students for St. Peter's School, Bianca and Rosemary, for showing us that young generations also have a curiosity on science, especially on macaque. Okay, and then the next one is the fourth poster presentation is from Bapak Kurnia Ilham from Museum Zoology Universitas Andalas, and it's about a brief review of human primates conflict in Indonesia. And then,
hello everyone, my name is Kurnia Ilham from Padang, West Sumatra, and I'm working at Museum Zoology Andalas University. I'm doing a research related with the human-monkey conflict or human-monkey interaction in different habitat setting, like urban area, tourist sites, and recently I am doing research on human-monkey conflict in the case of crop-feeding animals. However, in this presentations, I would like to share my current work on a review of the evidence in regards to human-primate conflict in Indonesia. We know that many researchers or experts say that the conflict between human and wildlife, especially including primate species in Indonesia, is going to increase because and it forced the animal to live close proximate with human in industrial landscape, and there are however, even the conflict human and animals in Indonesia, we always hearing time by time, but there is no review to describe the extent of the conflict itself. And then we try to conduct a systematic review and of the scientific literature that conduct a study in Indonesia, which major focus on the crop feeding, for instance, as conflict because of crop feeding. And we gather information from the published paper from 1990s to 2020. we have a 4 minds output. First, the trends of the conflict, distribution of conflict, species involved, and conflict. We'll look at the trends of the conflict. We have like nearly hundreds of the paper, which is majority focusing on research human primate conflict because of crop feeding in Indonesia. And over the past 30 years, we know that the conflict is going to increase year by year in this country, and but a significantly increase record in 2010. For the distribution of conflict from the review paper or from the literature review, we know that the conflict between human and primates occur all around Indonesia, not only in native distribution range of the primate species, but also we found a case happening in Papua, where in this region there is no primate species, original primate species, but the long-tailed macaque in Papua is introduced by people while time ago. And for the number of species involved, that we now we get information that most of study and in this area the number of species involved in crop feeding is also higher if you compare to other regions in Indonesia, like Sulawesi, Papua, Kalimantan, and Java. And for the conflict, the characteristic region of or area conflict between human and primates, most likely that the conflict is occur in outside protection area than the inside protection area. For the species info, will be surprising because we record more than 23 primate species that to have a conflict with human or to have a crop feeding issue in many regions in Indonesia. And this is not limited for the macaque species or leviating monkey species, but also we record that crop feeding or conflict with human also involve that lesser ape species like gill gibbon or siamang, and some report is about Sumatran orangutan. And when we look at the specific species that we know, the long-tailed macaque is the most species according to the conflict with people in Indonesia. This is occurring in almost their or in their entire distribution range in this country. And for the conflict mitigation, unfortunately to say that many people in this country still doing little action to prevent the conflict or to reduce the conflict caused by the animal or by primate species. And we know that people still killing or shooting animal, they're doing trapping or poisoning, and some farmer or people, they're using they harass the monkey or they injure the monkey. However, not all in this case, because some farmer or people, they still willing to use traditional method, even it's not working efficiently to reduce the damage. For instance, people still willing to do for guarding their crops and shouting the monkey when or shouting the animals when come to their farm using the fire, and some farmer, they're using the dogs, wood fence, and any cheap or a traditional method that can be friendly for the primate species or for the animals. From this result, what we can conclude or what we can infer that conflict between human and primate in Indonesia over the past 20 years is going to widespread, and because it's all is occurring across the Indonesia, and the species involved is higher because 23 species that we record is like more nearly 50% of the total species primates in Indonesia. And also we know that people still doing little action to prevent the conflict. This is become a serious issue for the conservation, and therefore we need to set up a priority setting of priority research for the future, that human monkey conflict or human primate conflict need to be our priority, because this is need to be handled or to be resolved in the near time, Otherwise, the cost of the conflict is too high for the human, also is high for our conservation or for our biodiversity. And thank you very much. But I would like to thanks for the long-term macaque project that provide me research funding, support my research in West Sumatra in Indonesia or in Padang, and also for the for small grants and for Idea Wild that provide me with some equipment to help my research going smoothly. Thank you very much.
And that's the fourth presentations, poster presentations, and then that's all for poster presentations. The next agenda is speech from invited speakers, and then the speech will be moderated by Dr. Silmi Maria from Primate Research Center. Please welcome Dr. Silmi.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, good evening, everyone. So we continue our international conference on long-tailed macaque. We will have invited speakers, 3 invited speakers with interesting topic. So for the first speaker, I invite Dr. Wendi Prameswari to come forward. Okay. So I will introduce Dr. Prameswari first. Any introduction for Dr. Prameswari, atau I can introduce by myself? Okay, it's okay. Yeah, Dr. Prameswari from Indonesia. Have experience and lot of to the study on wildlife, animal, or or something like that. Yeah, but for today, Dr. Prameswari will present regarding animal conflicts mitigation studies for long-tail. Prameswari, you have 20 minutes to deliver your talk, and the room is yours.
Thank you, Ibu. Let me introduce myself. Good afternoon and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Wendi Prameswari. Basically, Indonesia maybe, but in the big metropolitan city like Hong Kong, like Bangkok maybe, or Singapore, Kuala Lumpur, there are many reports of urban conflict. So today I would like to share about it, and also would like to talk our small study in the north part of Jakarta. Maybe we will wait for the presentation a moment. Okay, maybe while we waiting about the urban conflict, as you know, like conflict is a lot about the negative interaction between human and the wildlife that can causing like something loss, something loss of money, or maybe fear, or maybe trauma, and also loss of the life. And the conflict can make effect to both sides. The first is human, the second one is the animals. So hopefully we can see from two different perspectives today. And also in the big cities like in Asia, the diverse is many actually. First is about provisioning, because mostly all the macaques, long-tailed macaques, or maybe for example the macaca mulata or others macaques live in the fragmented forest around the city, that they squeeze into the population is squeezed into the small forest. So they really can interact with the other people close, or the people who live next to the human, their habitat. And also about the provisioning, because you know, like with the long-tailed macaques, there are many perceptions in the people's minds. Yes, last week I heard about they're funny, but the next day someone said they're scared. And the other thing that drives the long-tailed macaque potential conflict, or conflict, is a waste management. So people who live in the city, they're not taking care of their garbage, for example, and then they just leave the garbage, and then they care, actually, they live next to the macaques' habitat, but they don't care about the waste, and then the waste is everywhere. Okay, we can continue? Okay, so we'll wait a moment again. Sorry, audience.
Apologize for the technical problem, so maybe we can wait for the committee to take care of the problem. Okay. Okay, we can continue. So the problem is solved.
Okay, we are come back. Thank you. Maybe make it smaller. Sudah. Yups. Yeah, that's right. Terima kasih. Sorry. Yeah, I already talked about it, about the urban primate, because of the metropolitan city. You have to know that there is some population of urban primates that live in the fragmented area in the metropolitan city. Next, I already talked about it. Next. Oh, siapa?
Next.
Who will do the next? Okay. So this is, yeah, I can continue with the people perception. So if you see in the live pictures, it's about the macaques maybe in Bali. They're really well known as, if you want to take a selfie with them, actually is not really selfie. Someone put a nut in front of your camera and someone will like over to the macaque, so it look like someone, it look like the macaques who taking a selfie. If we talk about the perception, sometimes it's about people who know the fact, or it's a personal opinion, not personal, personal opinion or personal experience. But the other thing, perception is also related to, for example, expectation, or maybe a social exposure. Maybe the person is not really have an interaction with the macaques, but heard from other friends that macaque is scared, macaque is whatever, and then they become scared. Other thing is about the cultural and religion. They also make a people perspective different. That's why when we came to Bali, for example, or other temples who has the macaques there, they will really like the macaques. They're cute, they're not wild, maybe not aggressive, but when they move to outside of the sacred places, it's different, especially when they see someone like looking for something in your rubbish bin, for example. Okay, so I would like to, because I said about the city in the beginning, so actually some big city in Asia, they already apply a short mitigation and long mitigation strategy. Short mitigation is about the culling. Culling is happen actually in some of the country, for example, Malaysia and also Singapore. But we start with Hong Kong. In Hong Kong, macaque is like protected animals there, and you will get fined if someone knows that you give a food to the macaques. So in the map, in the center, is an area is an area of macaques population. And on 2003, it's around about 3,000 macaques in Hong Kong, mostly in the mainland, so it's a north area, it's close by the residential area. And from the AFCD, it's like a management there, they took a responsibility to do the sterilization. So they create a cage, they did the survey first, so they know how many and demography of the macaques. They build a cage, so the macaques get adaptive and then they can get trapped regularly, like twice a year or something. And they do tubectomy and also vasectomy. It's like a permanent one using endoscopy. Next. And the result is, on the left one, the birth rate is decreased 30% in the first 3 years. And now it's become more stable for the birth rate of macaques there. And until now, there are 1,600 macaques has been sterilized. And on 2014, they see the population is like a stable now. So it take a while, but it's a long-term strategy. And about the cases, the people who report to the AFCD is also declined and stable at the moment. Next. And what about Singapore? In Singapore, long-tailed macaque is not protected animals. And before 2012, they did culling based on people report. Mostly people who live next to nature reserve, for example. And maybe it's not clear in here, but population of long-tailed macaque in Singapore mostly at the center. So Bukit Timah National Park, next to them is like a luxury housing area. And the AFA, they did culling based on the report. And 2012, there is a national census, and they found like around 2,000 macaques are live in Singapore in the fragmented forest. It's like 200 until 300 hectares. And start on 2015, there is a group of people like they start a monkey card. It's initiated by Jane Goodall Foundation. So they ask someone, there is a one staff who following the macaques, identify, and then they do the counter when the macaques is going to the housing area. They also engage with the multi-stakeholder, with the security, with the developer, to also following their work. So it's like a pilot project in Singapore at the moment, and they call it Monkey Guard. Next. Next. Okay. And also they engage with the government. Yeah, they engage with the government. So they have a big campaign about no feeding. So they ask the people in Singapore, it's similar with Hong Kong. If anyone found that you feeding the macaques, they will get a fine. And also the national park management, they now have a nice booklet about living with nature with a positive way about wildlife who live in Singapore. It's not only about macaques, but also about the snake, about the otter, about the bats, and everything, because they have to live together with them in the small island. Next. So in Malaysia, it's also start the program with the culling. So 2013, there is almost 100,000 macaques culling in Malaysia because of the macaques report. And then on 2014, there is one researcher. She create animal neighborhood project and see what's going on actually. And then the first thing is about the waste management again, who live in the Kuala Lumpur, and they live in the apartment setting, and then the garbage is everywhere, the waste is everywhere. And she created something like about the rubbish bin. So the easy way to lock your rubbish bin. So it's quite effective. So the macaques will not come again to the village, or not village, to the apartment or the housing. Next. And they also continue with engagement with the community and also some education. Next. Yeah. Next. Oh, belum keluar ya? Sebelumnya. Nggak ada video. Kok pelan sekali? Oh. Kok keluar? Mau dikirim lagi aja? Okay, wait a moment, audience. Some technical issue again. And
So apologize for some technical problem, and maybe we will continue for the next speaker before the problem is solved. So for the next speaker, Dr. Huda, are you ready? Yeah. So the next speaker will be Dr. Huda Darusman. We invite Dr. Huda to come forward to deliver his talk. Dr. Huda is director of Primate Research Center and also the head of for the Primatology program, and also he's the lecturer at veterinary medicine of Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, and Dr. Huda has an experience in the study of biomedical research and also the toxicology. So Dr. Huda, you have 15 minutes.
Okay.
15 minutes.
15 minutes. I'll make it.
So you have 15 minutes to deliver your talk. So the room is yours.
Try to make it 10 minutes, so I give the 5 minutes to Dr. Wendi to fix our fault. Yeah. Okay, everyone, and thank you so much, Ibu Silmi, for kindly introducing me. So, yeah, we are supposed to be the host and also the one that are being, let's say, asked about the sinos. Yeah, we have a call about telling you the sinos. That's why we are having a very simple title for the conference. It's just a macaque fascicularis and getting to know the status and the roles. So we are telling you about that we've been as a Primate Center for quite a while. So we would like to say what are they and how they are essential for our future. Next, please. Okay, so this is taking from some other materials, yeah, that are also presented. Maybe if you are a primatology student, yeah, you have seen these slides perhaps, yeah. So just don't tell everyone that you have seen the slides, yeah. Just keep it secret. So just think about it. Okay, so we talk about the first about our Primate Center. Next, please. Yeah, next. Yeah, so it is a series of stories. Yeah, we are not quite a young organization by size. It's been a while. It's 32 years. In human is already a mature people. Yeah, so and we've been engaged with also establishing a primatology program, and also at that moment we were, let's say, destined to make a SPF captive breeding, yeah, and so on. So of course, it's being more famous perhaps that we are more engaged with biomedical. But I would like to see you later on that we have a suggestion that would make us even be more reasonable, yeah, to talk about the sinos and what is the future of them. Next, please. Ya, berikutnya. Okay, this is just a picture of our facilities. We have a Darmaga, we have somewhere in the Tinjil, which is like quite a long from here, yeah, but we have a natural habitat breeding facilities in Tinjil Island. Ya, berikutnya. Silahkan. Next. Yeah, and this is pictures of our facilities, yeah, taking quite a long time ago, I guess, yeah. But still the same pristine location for field study and also some simulations observational for survey study. Next also, please. Selanjutnya. Yeah, and this is the place that we have in our facility. Yeah, we have a facility for non-human primate which are accredited, and we have facilities also for conservation animal like tarsius. Next, and also slow loris, kukang. Yeah, so simply we are not only talking about cynomolgus monkey in our daily life. We also talk about other species also, and also we are engaged with the pigtail macaques, which is the Macaques nemesterina. Next, please. Ya, berikutnya. So, I want to tell about the non-human primate that we have been talked about. I think Steve already talked a lot about it, Jeffrey also, and also everyone. What are they, and how close they are? Yeah, and we would like to see that what make them so much like us. Yeah, I think Malene also had told in her videos that they are having a synanthrope, that their ability to live along with human. I guess that is also the key why we are here. So again, next Mas. Yeah. And we have a very simple comparable aspect. If we talk about basic, it's about anatomy, physiology, and so on. But we talk about advances, what are they close to us? They're talking about neurology, cognition, and psychology, and also a lot of molecular biology and also spontaneous comparative aspect. So this is going to be the key for us to suggest what is the very best concept for sustainable cynomolgus monkeys in between responding the IUCN and also adopting the human needs for the biomedical research. Next. Ya, selanjutnya. And they have so much complexities that I always want to see these slides because it seems like we are comparing animals and apes, but it is about how they develop and how they make a strategy. Yeah, and they have also many complexities like us in immune systems, reproductive, and also of course behavior. Next, selanjutnya. Yeah, and also we could say that humans have a problem, and the origin we can explain in non-human primate. Yeah, yeah. I think you already in the beginning how we could see them each others, and we have some also studies that support these topics. Yeah, especially in Indonesia, we still have a lack study about psychology and anthropology, which are going to be the next maybe promising chapter to make sure how is the cynomolgus monkey's condition today. Next, I was so enjoying a lot of the presentation from Dr. Leca and his team about the culture and also about the tools. It just explained how they are could be adopted, and talking about how advanced the cynomolgus monkeys. Yeah, they have some possible advance unlike us, except language, but language has also the other, we could sense that they have another advanced and complex in brain, which are in the area of Wernicke, yeah, where the language are also location, the Broca area. We have a theory that they have a laterality, they have a handedness. In Indonesia, we can say in Bahasa that monkeys have tendency to use left, or we call it kidal, yeah, or maybe right or kanan like usual. They have it. So if animal have a tendency to use one or others hemisphere more than the others, it indicates that they are having that complexities. Next. Oh, nextnya ke situ ya. Next ke sana ya. Di luar sana ya. Okay. Not here, yeah. And also a very famous guy from Emory University, him, Franz de Waal with William Donald Hopkins, yeah, talking about how the primate can teach about justice and moral. Yeah, all about the problems in humans. Justice is basically about the inability to have a equal access to resources. Yeah, fairness and justice is really being able to explain. So we are having some idea like this. So we can see how primates reflect each other and how we could be comparable with them. Not always essentially that they are comparable to us. So we also should appreciate this, yeah, and shall not neglect what are their role. And what is the future for the studies of this non-human primate, yeah, regarding that the IUCN also provide that they are in danger now. Have to see how the well-being approaches, non-invasiveness, spontaneous, and methods that are quite sophisticated and also standardized. And that are maybe the future that we suggest. Okay? Ya, selanjutnya. So it was talking about the well-being approach. Next. Yeah. So again, understanding the basic physiology, the basic behavior, the why it's comparable, and I'm stressing again about spontaneous phenomenon. As much as we can find spontaneous, we are not necessary to have make them being able to produce such kind of sign that are desirable for human. It have to be experimental, induced, but now it's spontaneous. Ya, berikutnya. Next. Ya. So, thought and strategies, what is our Primal Center's idea? Ya, selanjutnya. Sudah 10 menit belum ya, Bu ya? Ya. Thought and strategies, so we are having some priorities and has to be something that has to be ethically defensible, have to be really, really important. And we have a trio plus one, kind of say that biomedical, biology, and conservation plus psychology is supposed to be something that are always expanding in non-human primate, particularly cynomolgus monkeys. So you have to select very, very careful topics, yeah, which emphasize on their complexities and has to be non-invasive and using many technologies which are relevant. Yeah. So I guess maybe after this we have Dr. Purbo that will also explain his experience using tools. Yeah. Next. Berikutnya. And this is some idea about how spontaneous they are, how resemble they are, and how make it possible we are taking them, yeah, as our model without any necessary for suffering and also some possible long-term treatment. Yeah, spontaneous phenomena or metabolic, infectious disease, and also so on. Yeah, so these are our experience for human immunodeficiency virus. Yeah, the AIDS, for asthma study, for Alzheimer's, and for cervical cancer. This is our experience. We found all of them spontaneously infected in our non-human primates, which particularly cynomolgus monkeys, making them a spontaneous model for studies, for vaccine, for drugs, and so on. Next, please. Lagi selanjutnya, spontaneous infections. Yeah, also talk about it previously about how they are also showing, yeah, molecularly express severity when human also infected by papillomavirus, and making us more convinced that we don't need to make them infected. We can just take the more possible way to develop a product for human in the future. Yeah, so they are explainable model. We can see it that they are being able to explain, not necessarily translated but explainable. Ya, ya selanjutnya Mas, Mbak, next. Ya, comparative psychology. Yeah, this is also what we've done. Yeah, we have a postgraduate student already graduated and done a lot about psychology, how we try to stimulate the monkeys, yeah, by giving a different stimulus and different amount, and also using a more advanced molecular imaging, yeah, or maybe magnetic imaging, MRI. All of this can be possible also to be done. Yeah. Again, next. Selanjutnya, Mas. Yeah. And the other suggestions that we are talking about making more benefit for the monkeys is like using a non-invasive and eco-based, meaning that we are approaching to the ecosystems. A dropping for a scientist like us could be used for many things: taxonomy studies, stress-related hormones, reproductive, nutritional, yeah, to measure how palatable and how digestible, and others. Yeah, behavior. Yeah, such we already listened in the morning. Yeah, from Pak Leca and all the team. Yeah, cultural tourist usage, exchange goods. Yeah, and also parasite. Yeah, seeing the mosquitoes, the vector-borne diseases, animal and human conflict definitely will be mentioned more by Dr. Wendi. Population survey using tools, and also policy. I would like to say that we need to also do some research in policy making. Yeah,